Lilith's just leveling up. Grab those points before her raid boss hard warms up. Low energy vibes turn that error into a sexy cheat code gamer style. 48 Laws of Power. 48 Laws of Power. Law 1. Never outshine the master. Always make those above you feel comfortably superior. In your desire to please or impress them, do not go too far in displaying your talents, or you might accomplish the opposite. Inspire fear and insecurity. Make your masters appear more brilliant than they are, and you will attain the heights of power. Law 2. Never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. Wary of friends, they will betray you more quickly, for they are easily aroused to envy. They also become spoiled and tyrannical. But hire a former enemy and he will be, what's up, feeling sus? The crowd, then, or buried in oblivion. Stand out. Be conspicuous at all cost. Make yourself a magnet of attention. Be appearing larger, more colorful, more mysterious than the bland and timid masses. Law 7. Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. Use the wisdom, knowledge, and no clue what you are up to. They cannot prepare a defense. Guide them far enough down the wrong path, envelop them in enough smoke, and by the time they realize your intentions, it will be too late. Law 4. Always say less than necessary when you are trying to impress people with words. The more you say, encounters. Learn to probe. Ask indirect questions to get people to reveal their weaknesses and intentions. There is no occasion that is not an opportunity for artful spying. Law 15. Crush your enemy totally. All great leaders since Moses have known that a feared enemy must be crushed completely, them before they happen. Meanwhile, learn to destroy your enemies by opening holes in their own reputations. Then stand aside and let public opinion hang them. Law 6. Court attention at all cost. Everything is judged by its appearance. What is unseen counts for nothing. Never let yourself get lost in Lilith's got that musician sharpness. You're deaf, not a pepic. Keep slaying, babe. Other people come to use bait if necessary. When you force the other person to act, you are the one in control. It is always better to make your opponent come to you, abandoning his own plans in the process. Lure him with fabulous gains, then attack. You hold the cards. Law 9. Win through your actions. Legwork of other people to further your own cause. Not only will such assistance save you valuable time and energy, it will give you a godlike aura of efficiency and speed. In the end, your helpers will be forgotten, and you will be remembered. Never do yourself what others can do for you. Law 8. Make more loyal than a friend, because he has more to prove. In fact, you have more to fear from friends than from enemies. If you have no enemies, find a way to make them. Law 3. Conceal your intentions. Keep people off balance and in the dark by never revealing the purpose behind your actions. If they have, people depend on you for their happiness and prosperity, and you have nothing to fear. Never teach them enough so that they can do without you. Law 12. Use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. A sincere and honest move will cover over dozens of dishonest ones. Open-hearted gestures of actions without saying a word. Demonstrate, do not explicate. Law 10. Infection. Avoid the unhappy and unlucky. You can die from someone else's misery. Emotional states are as infectious as diseases. You may feel you are helping the drowning man, but you are only precipitating your own disaster. The more common you appear, and the less in control. Even if you are saying something banal, it will seem original if you make it vague, open-ended, and sphinx-like. Powerful people impress and intimidate by saying less. The more you say, the more likely you are to say something foolish. Law 5. So much Honesty and generosity bring down the guard of even the most suspicious people. Once your selective honesty opens a hole in their armor, you can deceive and manipulate them at will. A timely gift, a Trojan horse, will serve the same purpose. Law 13. When asking for help, appeal to people's self-interest. You think Lilith is cute? How about my hellfire darling? Flex that big D energy power level off the charts, fam. Commit to any side or cause but yourself. By maintaining your independence, you become the master of others, playing people against one another, making them pursue you. Law 21. Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Seem dumber than your mark. No one likes feeling stupider than the next person. The trick, then, is depends on reputation. Guard it with your life. Reputation is the cornerstone of power. Through reputation alone you can intimidate and win. Once it slips, however, you are vulnerable and will be attacked on all sides. Make your reputation unassailable. Always be alert to potential attacks and thwart. Dangerous. The world is dangerous and enemies are everywhere. Everyone has to protect themselves. A fortress seems the safest, but isolation exposes you to more dangers than it protects you from. It cuts you off from valuable information. It makes you conspicuous and an easy target. Better to circulate. Never through argument. Any momentary triumph you think you have gained through argument is really a Pyrrhic victory. The resentment and ill will you stir up is stronger and lasts longer than any momentary change of opinion. It is much more powerful to get others to agree with you through your never to their mercy or gratitude. If you need to turn to an Oli for help, do not bother to remind him of your past assistance and good deeds. He will find a way to ignore you. Instead, uncover something in your request or in your alliance with him that will benefit him, and emphasize it. Out of deliberately unpredictable behavior that seems to have no consistency or purpose will keep them off balance, and they will wear themselves out trying to explain your moves. Taken to an extreme, this strategy can intimidate and terrorize. Law 18. Do not build fortresses to protect yourself. Isolation is unfortunate. Sometimes draw misfortune on themselves. They will also draw it on you. Associate with the happy and fortunate instead. Law 11. Learn to keep people dependent on you. To maintain your independence, you must always be needed and wanted. The more you are relied on, the more freedom you have. To make your victims feel smart, and not just smart, but smarter than you are. Once convinced of this, they will never suspect that you may have ulterior motives. Law 22 is the surrender tactic. Transform weakness into power. When you are weaker, never fight for honor's sake. Choose surrender instead. Superiors and asserts power over others in the most oblique and graceful manner. Learn and apply the laws of courtship, and there will be no limit to how far you can rise in the court. Law 25. Accrete yourself. Do not accept the roles that society foists on you. Recreate yourself by forging anew. Sometimes they have learned this the hard way. If one ember is left alight, no matter how dimly it smolders, a fire will eventually break out. More is lost through stopping halfway than through total annihilation. The enemy will recover and will seek revenge. Crush him, not only in body but in all proportion. He will respond enthusiastically when he sees something to be gained for himself. Law 14. Pose as a friend. Work as a spy. Knowing about your rival is critical. Use spies to gather valuable information that will keep you a step ahead. Better still, play the spy yourself in polite social spirit. Law 16. Use absence to increase respect and honor. Too much circulation makes the price go down. The more you are seen and heard from, the more common you appear. If you are already established in a group, temporary withdrawal from it will make you more talked about, even more admired. You must 48 Laws of Power. 48 Laws of Power. Law 1. Never outshine the master. Always make those above you feel comfortably superior. In your desire to please or impress them, do not go too far in displaying your talents, or you might accomplish the opposite. Inspire fear and insecurity. Make your masters appear more brilliant than they are, and you will attain the brilliant than they are, and you will attain the heights. Technical difficulties. Brilliant than they are, and you will attain the heights of power. Transgression of the law. Nicholas Fouquet, Low's finance minister in the first years of his reign, was a generous man who loved lavish parties, pretty women, and poetry. He also loved money, for he led an extravagant lifestyle. 48 Laws of Power. Law 1. Never outshine the master. Judgment. Always make those above you feel comfortably superior. In your desire to please and impress them, do not go too far in displaying your talents, or you might accomplish the opposite. Inspire fear and insecurity. Make your masters appear more. You play it right, you will outdive and someday outshine him. The heavens themselves reflected the ascendancy of the Medici family. After he dedicated the discovery to the Medicis, Galileo commissioned an emblem representing Jupiter sitting on a cloud with the 4 stars circling about him, and presented this to Cosimo I as a symbol of his link to the devotion to the king. Not only did he think the party would put him back in Die King's favor, he thought it would show his good taste, his connections, and his popularity, making him indispensable to Die King and demonstrating that he would make an excellent prime minister. Instead, however, each parties in Paris, Colbert made sure that any money liberated from the treasury went straight into Louis's hands. With the money, Louis built a palace even more magnificent than Fouquet's the glorious palace of Versailles. He used the same architects, decorators, and garden designer, and at Versailles, outshining a feeble superior, it might appear cruel or spiteful, but if your master is firm in his position, yet you know yourself to be the more capable, bide your time and be patient. It is the natural course of things that power eventually fades and weakens. Your master will fall someday, and if turn ties law to your advantage, first you must flatter and puff up your master. Overt flattery can be effective but has its limits. It is too direct and obvious and looks bad to other courtiers. Discreet flattery is much more powerful. If you are more intelligent than your master, for example, stars in 1610, Cosimo I made Galileo his official court philosopher and mathematician, with a full salary. For a scientist, this was the coup of a lifetime. The days of begging for patronage were over. Interpretation in one stroke. Galileo gained more with his new strategy than he had in years of Vauxhall Vicomte were to be the inspiration for Versailles. Fouquet personally accompanied the young king through the geometrically aligned arrangements of shrubbery and flower beds. Arriving at the garden's kennels, they witnessed a fireworks display, which was followed by the performance of Molière's. Fouquet's elaborate party offended the king's vanity. Louis would not admit this to anyone. Of course, instead, he found a convenient excuse to rid himself of a man who had inadvertently made him feel insecure, such is the fate, in some form or other, of all those who unbalance the master's sense of dinner, featuring foods from the Orient never before tasted in France, as well as new dishes created especially for the night. The meal was accompanied with music commissioned by Fouquet to honor the king. After dinner there was a promenade through the Château's gardens. The grounds and fountains of involves 2 rules that you must realize. First, you can inadvertently outshine a master simply by being yourself. There are masters who are more insecure than others, monstrously insecure. You may naturally outshine them by your charm and grace. No one had more natural talents than Astor Manfredi. Favor, and so he decided to ingratiate himself with the king by staging the most spectacular party the world had ever seen. The party's ostensible purpose would be to commemorate the completion of Fouquet's Château, Vauxhall Vicomte, but its real function was to pay tribute to the king, the guest of gifts of his experience may direct rancor and ill will at you. Instead, if your ideas are more creative than your master's, ascribe them to him in as public a manner as possible. Make it clear that your advice is merely an echo of his advice. If you surpass your master in wit, it is okay to play the he was accused of he had done on the king's behalf and with the king's permission. Fouquet was found guilty and sent to the most isolated prison in France, high in the Pyrenees Mountains, where he spent the last 20 years of his life in solitary confinement. Interpretation Louis the Sun King. Honor. The most brilliant nobility of Europe and some of the greatest minds of the time, La Fontaine, Le Rochefoucauld, Madame de Sévigné attended the party. Molière wrote a play for the occasion, in which he himself was to perform at the evening's conclusion. The party began with a lavish 7-course. Fouquet was clever and very much indispensable to the king, so when the Prime Minister, Jules Mazarin, died in 1661. The finance minister expected to be named the successor. Instead, the king decided to abolish the position. This and other signs made Fouquet suspect that he was falling out of one. As he had done in the past, he decided to focus exclusively on the Medicis. He chose the Medicis for one reason. Shortly after Cosimo I had established the Medici dynasty in 1540, he had made Jupiter, the mightiest of the gods, the Medici symbol, a symbol of a power that went beyond politics and new spectacle. Each appreciative smile bestowed by the guests on Fouquet made it seem to Lois that his own friends and subjects were more charmed by the finance minister than by the king himself, and that Fouquet was actually flaunting his wealth and power, rather than flattering Lois if outshining him. Do not be merciful. Your master had no such scruples in his own cold-blooded climb to the top. Gauge his strength. If he is weak, discreetly hasten his downfall. Outdo, outcharm, outsmart him at key moments. If he is very weak and ready to fall, let nature take its course. Do not risk begging. The reason is simple. All masters want to appear more brilliant than other people. They do not care about science or empirical truth or the latest invention. They care about their name and their glory. Galileo gave the Medicis infinitely more glory by linking their name with cosmic forces. Seem the opposite, make him appear more intelligent than you. Act naive. Make it seem that you need his expertise. Commit harmless mistakes that will not hurt you in the long run but will give you a chance to ask for his help. Masters adore such requests. A master who cannot bestow on you the brilliant than they are, and you will attain the heights of power. Transgression of the law. Nicolas Fouquet, Lois' finance minister in the first years of his reign, was a generous man who loved lavish parties, pretty women, and poetry. He also loved money, for he led an extravagant lifestyle. 48 Laws of Power. Law 1. Never outshine the master. Judgment. Always make those above you feel comfortably superior. In your desire to please and impress them, do not go too far in displaying your talents, or you might accomplish the opposite. Inspire fear and insecurity. Make your masters appear more. You play it right, you will outdive and someday outshine him. A precarious position. He depended on the generosity of great rulers to support his research, and so, like all Renaissance scientists, he would sometimes make gifts of his inventions and discoveries to the leading patrons of the time. Once, for instance, he presented a military compass he did not challenge the intellectual authority of the Medicis with his discovery, or make them feel inferior in any way. By literally aligning them with the stars, he made them shine brilliantly among the courts of Italy. He did not outshine the master, he made the master outshine all others. Keys to the heavens themselves reflected the ascendancy of the Medici family. After he dedicated the discovery to the Medicis, Galileo commissioned an emblem representing Jupiter sitting on a cloud with the 4 stars circling about him, and presented this to Cosimo I as a symbol of his link to the dinner, featuring foods from the Orient never before tasted in France, as well as new dishes created especially for the night. The meal was accompanied with music commissioned by Fouquet to honor the king. After dinner there was a promenade through the Château's gardens, the grounds and fountains of queens. They want to feel secure in their positions and superior to those around them in intelligence, wit, and charm. It is a deadly but common misperception to believe that by displaying and vaunting your gifts and talents you are winning thy master's affection. He may feign appreciation, but how everyone has insecurities. When you show yourself in the world and display your talents, you naturally stir up all kinds of resentment, envy, and other manifestations of insecurity. This is to be expected. You cannot spend your life worrying about the petty feelings of others. With those above, honor the most brilliant nobility of Europe and some of the greatest minds of the time. La Fontaine, Le Rochefoucauld, Mesdames de Sévigné attended the party. Molière wrote a play for the occasion, in which he himself was to perform at the evening's conclusion. The party began with a lavish 7-course stars. In 1610, Cosimo I made Galileo his official court philosopher and mathematician, with a full salary. For a scientist, this was the coup of a lifetime. The days of begging for patronage were over. Interpretation in one stroke. Galileo gained more with his new strategy than he had in years of devotion to the king. Not only did he think the party would put him back in the king's favor, he thought it would show his good taste, his connections, and his popularity, making him indispensable to the king and demonstrating that he would make an excellent prime minister. Instead, however, his first opportunity, he will replace you with someone less intelligent, less attractive, less threatening, just as Laustive replaced the sparkling Fouquet with the bland Colbert. And as with Laus, he will not admit the truth, but will find an excuse to rid himself of your presence. This law. However, you must take a different approach when it comes to power. Outshining the master is perhaps the worst mistake of all. Do not fool yourself into thinking that life has changed much since the days of Laustive and the Medicis. Those who attain high standing in life are like kings, and new spectacle. Each appreciative smile bestowed by the guests on Fouquet made it seem to Lois that his own friends and subjects were more charmed by the finance minister than by the king himself, and that Fouquet was actually flaunting his wealth and power, rather than flattering Laustive. Fouquet was clever and very much indispensable to the king, so when the prime minister, Jules Mazarin, died in 1661, the finance minister expected to be named the successor. Instead, the king decided to abolish the position. This and other signs made Fouquet suspect that he was falling out of inside the palace gates in clear sight of the royalty who often would pass by. To Hideyoshi this signified that Raikyuu had no sense of limits. Presuming that he had the same rights as those of the highest nobility, he had forgotten that his position depended on the emperor and had come to believe. Involves 2 rules that you must realize. First, you can inadvertently outshine a master simply by being yourself. There are masters who are more insecure than others, monstrously insecure. You may naturally outshine them by your charm and grace. No one had more natural talents than Estore Manfredi. Was a proud and arrogant man who wanted to be the center of attention at all times. He could not countenance being outdone in lavishness by anyone, and certainly not his finance minister. To succeed Fouquet, Louis chose Jean-Baptiste Colbert, a man famous for his parsimony and for giving the dullest. Outshining him, do not be merciful. Your master had no such scruples in his own cold-blooded climb to the top. Gauge his strength. If he is weak, discreetly hasten his downfall. Outdo, outcharm, outsmart him at key moments. If he is very weak and ready to fall, let nature take its course. Do not risk outshining a feeble superior. It might appear cruel or spiteful, but if your master is firm in his position, yet you know yourself to be the more capable, bide your time and be patient. It is the natural course of things that power eventually fades and weakens. Your master will fall someday, and if banking one linked to ancient Rome and its divinities, Galileo turned his discovery of Jupiter's moons into a cosmic event honoring the Medicis' greatness. Shortly after the discovery, he announced that the bright stars, the moons of Jupiter, offered themselves in the heavens to his telescope at life. Instead, the cause for his sudden change of fortune was discovered later. It seems that Raikyuu, former peasant and later court favorite, had a wooden statue made of himself wearing sandals, the sign of nobility. and posing loftily. He had had this statue placed in the most important temple. Vauxhall Vicomte were to be the inspiration for Versailles. Fouquet personally accompanied the young king through the geometrically aligned arrangements of shrubbery and flower beds. Arriving at the garden's kennels, they witnessed a fireworks display, which was followed by the performance of Moliere's Turn Tie's law to your advantage. First you must flatter and puff up your master. Overt flattery can be effective but has its limits. It is too direct and obvious and looks bad to other courtiers. Discreet flattery is much more powerful. If you are more intelligent than your master, for example, there to supply the funds an ugly, ignoble job. The producer of a great work wants to feel he is more than just the provider of the financing. He wants to appear creative and powerful, and also more important than the work produced in his name. Instead of insecurity, you must give him glory. Galileo. Parties in Paris. Colbert made sure that any money liberated from the treasury went straight into Louis's hands. With the money, Louis built a palace even more magnificent than Fouquet's The Glorious Palace of Versailles. He used the same architects, decorators, and garden designer, and at Versailles, made for a life of constant insecurity and dependence. There must be an easier way, he thought. Galileo hit on a new strategy in 1610, when he discovered the moons of Jupiter. Instead of dividing the discovery among his patrons, giving one the telescope he had used, dedicating a book to another, and so invented to the Duke of Gonzaga. Then he dedicated a book explaining the use of the compass to the Medicis. Both rulers were grateful, and through them Galileo was able to find more students to teach. No matter how great the discovery, however, his patrons usually paid him with gifts, not cash. This gifts of his experience may direct rancor and ill will at you instead. If your ideas are more creative than your master's, ascribe them to him in as public a manner as possible. Make it clear that your advice is merely an echo of his advice. If you surpass your master in wit, it is okay to play the Fouquet's elaborate party offended the king's vanity. Louis would not admit this to anyone. Of course, instead, he found a convenient excuse to rid himself of a man who had inadvertently made him feel insecure, such is the fate, in some form or other, of all those who unbalance the master's sense of begging. The reason is simple. All masters want to appear more brilliant than other people. They do not care about science or empirical truth or the latest invention. They care about their name and their glory. Galileo gave the Medicis infinitely more glory by linking their name with cosmic forces, favor, and so he decided to ingratiate himself with the king by staging the most spectacular party the world had ever seen. The party's ostensible purpose would be to commemorate the completion of Fouquet's Chateau, Vauxhall Vicomte, but its real function was to pay tribute to the king, the guest of role of the court jester, but do not make him appear cold and surly by comparison. Tone down your humor if necessary, and find ways to make him seem the dispenser of amusement and good cheer. If you are naturally more sociable and generous than your master, be careful not to be the cloud that blocks. The same time as Cosimo's enthronement, he said that the number of the moons harmonized with the number of the Medicis. Cosimo I had 3 brothers, and that the moons orbited Jupiter as these 4 suns revolved around Cosimo I, the dynasty's founder. More than coincidence, this showed that the party ran well into the night, and everyone agreed it was the most amazing affair they had ever attended. The next day, Fouquet was arrested by the king's head musketeer, D'Artagnan. 3 months later, he went on trial for stealing from the country's treasury. Actually, most of the stealing. Louis hosted parties even more extravagant than the one that cost Fouquet his freedom. Let us examine the situation. The evening of the party as Foucault presented spectacle on spectacle to Lois, each more magnificent than the one before. He imagined the affair as demonstrating his loyalty, and then he had by making them the patrons of some new scientific gadget or discovery. Scientists are not spared the vagaries of court life and patronage. They too must serve masters who hold the purse strings, and their great intellectual powers can make the master feel insecure, as if he were only his radiance from others. He must appear as the sun around which everyone revolves, radiating power and brilliance, the center of attention. If you are thrust into the position of entertaining him, a display of your limited means may win you his sympathy. Any attempt to impress him with your grace, as he had done in the past, he decided to focus exclusively on the Medicis. He chose the Medicis for one reason. Shortly after Cosimo had established the Medici dynasty in 1540, he had made Jupiter, the mightiest of the gods, the Medici symbol, a symbol of a power that went beyond politics and the sun's brilliance rather fade into the sky and find ways to heighten the master star's intensity. Authority, avoid outshining the master. All superiority is odious, but the superiority of a subject over his prince is not only stupid, it is fatal. This is a lesson that the stars in the sky teach. Poke holes in his vanity or make him doubt his preeminence. When the evening began, Foucault was at the top of the world. By the time it had ended, he was at the bottom. Voltaire, 1694, 1778. Observance of the law in the early 1600s. The Italian astronomer and mathematician Galileo found himself in time. They realize your intentions, it will be too late. Part I use decoyed objects of desire and red herrings to throw people off the scent. If at any point in the deception you practice people have the slightest suspicion as to your intentions, all is lost. Do not give them the chance to sense what 48 Laws of Power. Law 3. Conceal your intentions. Judgment. Keep people off balance and in the dark by never revealing the purpose behind your actions. If they have no clue what you are up to, they cannot prepare a defense. Guide them far enough down the wrong path, envelop them in enough smoke, and by the day where the unification of the many states, including Prussia, into which Germany was then divided, and a war against Austria, the powerful neighbor to the south, dared hope to keep die Germans weak and at odds, even threatening to intervene if tie tried to unite. Prince William, next in line to be Prussia's king, was in favor of going to war, and die Parliament rallied to the cause, prepared to back any mobilization of troops. The only ones to oppose war were the present King Frederick William IV and his ministers, who preferred to appease the powerful Austrians. Throughout his career, you are up to throw them off the scent by dragging red herrings across the path. Use false sincerity, send ambiguous signals, set up misleading objects of desire. Unable to distinguish the genuine from the false, they cannot pick out your real goal. Transgression of the law over several weeks. Ninan. Most men do, but she was willing to wait and see, and probably if she had been made to wait long enough, what he was up to would not have mattered. The moment the Marquis uttered that fatal word love, however, all was changed. This was no longer a game witty moves, it was an artless show of passion. Delenclos, the most infamous courtesan of 17th century France, listened patiently as the Marquis de Savagne explained his struggles in pursuing a beautiful but difficult young countess. Ninan was 62 at me time, and more than experienced in matters of love. The Marquis was a lad of 22, handsome, dashing, but hopelessly inexperienced in romance. At first Ninan was amused to hear the Marquis talk about his mistakes, but finally she had had enough. Unable to bear ineptitude in any realm, least of all in seducing a woman, she decided to take the young man under her wing. Best deceivers do everything they can to cloak their roguish qualities. They cultivate an air of honesty in one area to disguise their dishonesty in others. Honesty is merely another decoy in their arsenal of weapons. Part I. Use smoke screens to disguise your actions. Deception is always the best appearance for reality. Once their eyes focus on the decoy, they will fail to notice what you are really up to. In seduction, set up conflicting signals such as desire and indifference, and you not only throw them off the scent, you inflame their desire to possess you, a tactic that is often. A young man named Joseph Will visited his office, wanting to buy an apartment he had up for sale. Giselle explained the terms. The price was $80, but he only required a down payment of $20. Will said he would sleep on it, but he came back the following day and offered to pay the full $80. Bribe rather than on Die Boxer's physical condition, and Giselle was so distracted at Die end by Die illusion of me Boxer's death that he completely forgot about his money. Learn from the yellow kit. The familiar, inconspicuous front is the perfect smokescreen. Approach your mark with an idea that first I had to understand that Miss was war, and that the beautiful Countess was a citadel to which he had to lay siege as carefully as any general. Every step had to be planned and executed with Die utmost attention to detail and nuance, instructing Die Marquis to start over. Ninan told him to seem the put-on mat. It is to make your false sincerity an effective weapon in concealing your intentions. Espouse a belief in honesty and forthrightness as important social values. Do ties as publicly as possible. Emphasize your position on Tai's subject by occasionally divulging some heartfelt, beautiful friends. So tired wherever Die Countess would now see Die Marquis, he would be surrounded by the most stunning young women in Paris. Not only would Die Countess be seething with jealousy, she would come to see Die Marquis as someone who was desired by outsiders. It was hard for Ninan to make and train yourself in the art of concealing your intentions. Master the art and you will always have the upper hand. Basic to an ability to conceal one's intentions is a simple truth about human nature. Our first instinct is to always trust appearances. We cannot go around doubting the reality of. It comes to seduction, they feel the same, deep down inside. They often sense when they are being seduced, but they give in because they enjoy the feeling of being led along. It is a pleasure to let go and to allow the other person to deter you into a strange country. Everything in seduction. Approach the Countess with a bit of distance, an air of nonchalance. The next time Die two were alone together, she said he would confide in the Countess as would a friend but not a potential lover. This was to throw her off the scent. The Countess was no longer to take his interest in her for granted. Perhaps he was only interested in friendship. Ninan planned ahead. Once the Countess was confused, it would be time to make her jealous. At the next encounter at a major fete in Paris, Die Marquis would show up with a beautiful young woman at his side. This beautiful young woman had equally ugly trauma of what you feel or think. More important, by being unabashedly open you make yourself so predictable and familiar that it is almost impossible to respect or fear you, and power will not accrue to a person who cannot inspire such emotions. If you yearn for power, quickly lay honesty aside. What we see and her constantly imagining that appearances concealed something else would exhaust and terrify us. This fact makes it relatively easy to conceal one's intentions. Simply dangle an object you seem to desire, a goal you seem to aim for, in front of people's eyes, and they will take the decoy. Then hint at being interested in the target. Then feign indifference, on and on. Such patterns not only confuse, they excite. Imagine this story from the Countess's perspective. After a few of the Marquis's moves, she sensed the Marquis was playing some sort of game, but die game delighted. Bismarck had been a loyal, even passionate supporter of Prussian might and power. He dreamed of German unification, of going to war against Austria and humiliating the country that for so long had kept Germany divided. A former soldier, he saw warfare as a glorious business. This, after all, was the effective in setting up a red herring is to appear to support an idea or cause that is actually contrary to your own sentiments. Bismarck used this to great effect in his speech in 1850. Most people will believe you have experienced a change of heart, since it is so unusual to play so lightly with life today without being one. Let your greatest cunning lie in covering up what looks like cunning. Balthazar Weisen, 1658. Observance of the law in 1850. The young Otto von Bismarck, then a 35-year-old deputy in the Prussian parliament, was at a turning point in his career. The issues of front that eventually becomes imbued with an atmosphere or impression of familiarity, within which the strategist may maneuver unseen while all eyes are trained to see obvious familiarities. The 36 strategies quoted in the Epaine's Art of War, Thomas Cleary, 1991. Observance of the law in 48 Laws of Power. Law 5. So much depends on reputation. Guarded with your life judgment. Reputation is the cornerstone of power. Through reputation alone you can intimidate and win. Once it slips, however, you are vulnerable and will be attacked on all sides. Make your reputation unassailable. Always be its rightful name. The pestilence, that unfilling vial of virulence, had fallen on every animal. Not all were dead, but all lay near to dying, and none was any longer trying to find new fuel to feed life's flickering fires. No foods excited their desires. No more did wolves and foxes rove in search of harmless, helpless prey, and dove would not consort with dove, for love and joy had flown away. The lion assumed the chair to say, "Dear friends, I doubt not it's for heaven's high ends that on us sinners we must fall. Let him of us who sinned the most fall victim to the avenging. In petty vengeance, if you do not break your enemy's reputation cleverly, you will inadvertently ruin your own." Thomas Edison, considered the inventor who harnessed electricity, believed that a workable system would have to be based on direct current DC. When the Serbian scientist Nikola Tesla slandered Deem, but a layer of suspicion will remain. Why are they defending themselves so desperately? Maybe die rumor has some truth to it. If on die out your hand, tie take the high road and ignore you. Die doubts unrefuted will be even stronger. If done correctly, the sowing of rumors can sow heavenly host, and may he win salvation for us all. For history teaches us that in these crises we must make sacrifices. Undeceived and stern-eyed, let's inspect our conscience. As I recollect, to put my greedy appetite to sleep, I've banqueted on observance of the law during China's War of the Reputation for honesty will allow you to practice all manner of deception. Casanova used his reputation as a great seducer to pave the way for his future conquests. Women who had heard of his powers became immensely curious and wanted to discover for themselves what had made him so romantically the scene, or utter a single word. Your success seems destined by your past triumphs. Much of the success of Henry Kissinger's shuttle diplomacy rested on his reputation for ironing out differences. No one wanted to be seen as so unreasonable that Kissinger could not sway him. A peace treaty seemed alert to potential attacks and thwart them before they happen. Meanwhile, Learn to destroy your enemies by opening holes in their own reputations. Then stand aside and let public opinion hang them, a frightful epidemic sent to earth by heaven, intent to vent its fury on a sinful world, to call it by. To notice them, he continued to sing and play the lute. Soon the army stood at the town gates. At its head was CMt&x, who instantly recognized the man on the wall. Even so, as his soldiers itched to enter the unguarded town through its open gates, CMt&x hesitated, held them back, and studied lying. Must live in society and must depend on the opinions of others. There is nothing to be gained by neglecting your reputation. By not caring how you are perceived, you let others decide this for you. Be the master of your faith, and also of your reputation. Ghoul-skinned author of their piteous plight, they judged him fit for naught but gallows bait. How vile! Another's grass to sequestrate his death alone could expiate a crime so heinous, as full well he learns. The court, as you're of great or poor estate, will paint you either white or black by. And attendance went way down within a few weeks. The show closed. Over the next few years, Barnum established a reputation for audacity and consummate showmanship that lasted his whole life. Peele's reputation, on the other hand, never recovered. Interpretation: Barnum used two different tactics to charge was too weak, and the man was only half killed. In perhaps die country's crudest state-authorized execution, the procedure had to be repeated. It was an awful spectacle, although in the long run, it is Edison's name that has survived. At die time his campaign damaged his own reputation more. Household pets and electrocuted them to death with an AC current. When this wasn't enough, in 1890 he got New York State prison authorities to organize die world's first execution by electrocution, using an AC current. But Edison's electrocution experiments had all been way small creatures that, where he is a stranger, he is preceded by a good reputation. For the fame which appears to rest on the opinions of many fosters a certain unshakable belief in a man's worth, which is then easily strengthened in minds already thus disposed and prepared. Baldassare Castiglione. Turns. The best fables of La Fontaine. Jean de La Fontaine 1621-1695. Witty at her noticing, but as he sharpened die knife, dilated girl's eyes popped open and she ran away. To Diogenes' delight, he repeated des and auteur parodies for several weeks. Soon no one could take Peele's show seriously. 1478 1529 Reversal. There is no possible reversal. Reputation is critical. There are no exceptions to this law. Perhaps, not caring what others think of you, you gain a reputation for insolence and arrogance. But that can be a valuable image in itself. Oscar Wilde used it to great advantage, since we 48 Laws of Power. Law 7. Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. Judgment is the wisdom, knowledge, and legwork of other people to further your own cause. Not only will such assistance save you valuable time and energy, it will give you a godlike aura of efficiency and speed. In the inventor and Charles Batchelor, a plant manager and a personal friend of Thomas Edison, persuaded him he should seek his fortune in America, giving him a letter of introduction to Edison himself. So began a life of woe and tribulation that lasted until Tesla's death, when Tesla met Edison in new limelight. Kissinger played the game expertly. He took credit for the work of those below him while graciously giving credit for his own labors to those above. That is the way to play the game. We have a tug of war. I bet I'm as strong as you are, said the tortoise. The hippopotamus laughed at this ridiculous idea, but agreed. the tortoise produced a long rope and told the hippo to hold it in his mouth until the tortoise shouted "hey." Then the tortoise ran back up the hill where he found. Edison believed in the direct current system, DC, and not only refused to support Tesla's research but later did all he could to sabotage him. Tesla turned to die great Pittsburgh magnate George Westinghouse, who had started his own electricity company. Westinghouse completely funded Tesla's. York, the famous inventor, hired him on the spot. Tesla worked 18-hour days finding ways to improve the primitive Edison dynamos. Finally, he offered to redesign Steam completely. To Edison, this seemed a monumental task that could last years without paying off, but he told Tesla, "There's 50." Lost her sight and was accustomed to scratching uphill, continued to scratch away most diligently. Of what use was sighted hen who spared her tender feet, never moved from her side. The world of power has the dynamics of the jungle. There are those who live by hunting and killing, and there are also painters out for the day. While the client watched from a balcony, Rubens would work at an incredible pace with unbelievable energy. The client would leave in awe of this prodigious man who could paint so many masterpieces in so short a time. This is the essence of the law. Learn to get others to, and your helpers will be forgotten and you will be remembered. Never do yourself what others can do for you. Transgression and observance of the law. In 1883, a young Serbian scientist named Nikola Tesla was working for the European division of the Continental Edison Company. He was a brilliant Henry Kissinger, nor would it have been as successful without Kissinger's skills. Still, when the time came to take credit, Kissinger adroitly let Nixon take the lion's share. Knowing that the truth would come out later, he was careful not to jeopardize his standing in the short term by hogging the animals. Henry philosopher 3rd century BC. In 1917, during his later impoverished years, Tesla was told he was to receive the Edison Medal of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. He turned the medal down. "You propose," he said, "to honor me with a medal which I could pin. Improvement for which he and his company would take credit." But when it came to the issue of the money, he told the young Serb, "Tesla, you don't understand our American humor," and offered a small raise instead. Tesla's obsession was to create an alternating current system, AC, of electricity. This it to the industrious, or to wear yourself ragged with bitterness as Tesla did. Better to protect fool another sharp yourself and join the game. Once you have established a power base, become a vulture yourself and save yourself a lot of time and energy. Of the two poles of this game, one can be illustrated by the example of and enjoyed without the explorer Vasco Nunes de Balbo. Balbo had an obsession that is scratching, the fruit of Covey of El Dorado, a legendary city of vast riches early in the 16th century, after countless hardships and brushes often as the blind hen. Always be vigilant and ruthless, keeping your creation quiet until you can be sure there are no vultures circling overhead. Second, learn to take advantage of other people's work to further your own cause. Time is precious and life is short. If you try to do it all on your own, you run yourself. Large studio. He employed dozens of outstanding painters, one specializing in robes, another in backgrounds, and so on. He created a vast production line in which a large number of canvases would be worked on at the same time. When an important client visited the studio, Rubens would shew his hire. Stupidity and folly. Kings and queens who have learned the hard way how to handle the burdens of power, their knowledge is gathering dust, waiting for you to come and stand on their shoulders. Their wit can be your wit, their skill can be your skill, and they will never come around to tell people how. Army. Francisco Pizarro helped to get him beheaded for treason. Pizarro went on to take what Bulbo had spent so many years trying to find. The other pole is that of the artist Peter Paul Rubens, who, late in his career, found himself deluged with requests for paintings. He created a system in his 48 Laws of Power. Law 9. Win through your actions, never through argument, judgment. Any momentary triumph you think you have gained through argument is really a Pyrrhic victory. The resentment and ill will you stir up is stronger and lasts longer than any momentary change of opinion. It is much more powerful to get others to agree with you through your actions without saying a word. Demonstrate, do not explicate. The vizier had served his master for some 30 years and was known and admired for his loyalty, truthfulness, and devotion to God. His honesty, however, had made him many enemies. In notes, Lustig had won the argument. The sheriff never bothered him again. Same arguments he had made with the soldiers. He said it was wise to listen to experts in these matters, and if the attack was only tried with the battering ram he had sent, Die Consul would not regret it. Mucianus let him finish, then had him stripped naked before the soldiers and flogged and grateful. It was only years later that workmen on a high scaffold saw that the columns stopped just short of the ceiling. They were dummies. But both men got what they wanted. The mayor could relax, and Ren knew posterity would understand that his original design worked and the columns were. God took possession of his soul. The subtle ruse of the Hokoke Arabic wisdom and guile 13th century image, the seesaw. Up and down go the arguers, getting nowhere fast. Get off the seesaw and show them your meaning without kicking or pushing. Leave them at the top and let gravity. In such cases it is to your advantage to argue with all the conviction you can muster. Draw the other person into an argument to distract them from your deceptive move. When caught in a lie, the more emotional and certain you appear, the less likely it seems that you are lying. This technique has revered statue was once a footbath which they washed their feet and pissed and vomited in. He went on to say that his own case was much the same, in that once he had been only an ordinary person and was now their king, so that just as they had come to revere the transformed footbath, so they had scourged with rods until he died. Interpretation: the engineer, whose name has not been recorded by history, had spent his life designing masts and pillars and was respected as the finest engineer in a city that had excelled in the science. He knew that he was right. A smaller ram would allow more. Picked up his chisel, as well as a bit of marbled dust mat lay on the planks. Wim soldering it just a few feet below him on the scaffolding. Michelangelo started to tap lightly with the chisel, letting the bits of dust he had gathered in his hand to fall little by little. He actually did nothing to change walls before the town received reinforcements. All he could think about was the impudent engineer, whom he ordered to be brought to him immediately. Arriving a few days later, the engineer gladly explained to the consul one more time the reasons for the smaller mast. He went on and on, using me. The huntsman agreed, and for the next 10 days the vizier cared for the beasts with great attention, grooming them well and feeding them handsomely. By the end of the 10 days they were eating out of his hand. On the 11th day the vizier was called before the sultan. The charges were repeated. Agreed to let the artist work on it. Michelangelo decided he would depict a young David, sling in hand. Weeks later, as Michelangelo was putting the final touches on the statue, Soderini entered the studio. Fancying himself a bit of a connoisseur, he studied the huge work and told Michelangelo that theories behind his advice. The military engineer was the quintessence of die arguer, a type found everywhere among us. The arguer does not understand that words are never neutral, and that by arguing with a superior he impugns the intelligence of one more powerful than he also has no awareness of the news, but gave every appearance of working on it. After a few minutes of this charade, he stood aside. "Look at it now. I like it better," replied Soderine. "You've made it come alive, dogs." He offered this man the 100 gold pieces and said, "Let me look after the dogs for 10 days. Gun. "What seems to be the problem?" he calmly asked. "You son of a bitch," yelled the sheriff. "I'm going to kill you. You conned me with that damn box of yours." Lustig feigned confusion. "You mean it's not working?" he asked. "You know it's not working," replied the sheriff, "but that's the pen where the Sultan kept his fiercest hunting dogs." The dogs would promptly tear the victim to pieces. Before being thrown to the dogs, however, the vizier asked for one last request. "I would like 10 days respite," he said, "so that I can pay debts, collect any money due to me, return jeopardy." Michelangelo was too clever to argue. His solution was to change Soderine's perspective, literally bringing him closer to the nose without making him realize that this was the cause of his misperception. Fortunately for posterity, Michelangelo found a way to keep the perfection of the embarrassment of publicity. But one Sheriff Richards Law of Remsen County, Oklahoma, was not the kind of man to accept being conned out of 10-0. And one morning he tracked Lustig down to a hotel in Chicago. Lustig heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, he was looking down the barrel of it, and the Sultan watched as the vizier was tied up and thrown to the dogs. Yet when the beasts saw him, they ran up to him with wagging tails. They nibbled affectionately at his shoulders and began playing with him. The Sultan and the other witnesses were amazed, and the Sultan asked the vizier why. "Impossible," said Lustig. "There's no way it couldn't be working. Did you operate it properly?" "I did exactly what you told me to do," said the sheriff. "No, you must have done something wrong," said Lustig. The argument went in circles. The barrel of the gun was gently lowered. Lustig next went to the court, who spread stories of his duplicity and perfidy. They worked on the Sultan day in and day out until Helu came to distrust the innocent vizier and finally ordered the man who had served him so well to be put to death. In this realm, those condemned to death were tied up and thrown into Phase 2. In the argument tactic, he poured out a whole bunch of technical gobbledygook about the box operation, completely beguiling the sheriff, who now appeared less sure of himself and argued less forcefully. "Look," said Lustig, "I'll give you your money back right now. I'll also give you Rive." Mucius asked his soldiers for an explanation. They described to him how the engineer had argued endlessly for the smaller mast, but had finally promised to send the larger one. Mucius went into a rage. He could not concentrate on the siege or consider the importance of breaching the speed and carry more force. Larger is not necessarily better. Of course, the consul would see his logic and would eventually understand that science is neutral and reason superior. How could the consul possibly persist in his ignorance if the engineer showed him detailed diagrams and explained the saved the hide of many a con artist? Once Count Victor Lustig, swindler par excellence, had sold dozens of suckers around the country a phony box with which he claimed to be able to copy money. Discovering their mistake, the suckers generally chose not to go to the police, rather than risk the 48 Laws of Power. Law 11. Learn to keep people dependent on your judgment. To maintain your independence, you must always be needed and wanted. The more you are relied on, the more freedom you have. Make people depend on you for their happiness and prosperity, and you have nothing to fear. Never teach them. Prussia. When Frederick died in 1861, his brother William assumed the throne. William disliked Bismarck intensely and had no intention of keeping him around. But he also inherited the same situation his brother had, enemies galore who wanted to nibble his power away. He actually considered Without any kind of support, she shot forth her flimsy branches to a very uncommon and superfluous length, calling on her neighbor to take notice how little she wanted his assistance. "Poor infatuated shrub," replied the elm, "how inconsistent is thy conduct. Wouldst thou be truly independent? Masters with whom you can create a relationship of dependency, you become their strength, their intelligence, their spine. What power you hold, if they got rid of you, thy whole edifice would collapse. Necessity rules the world. People rarely act unless compelled to, if you create no need for time." It was in fact Bismarck who set state policy years later. Bismarck's actions as Prussia's prime minister led die various German states to be united into one country. Now Bismarck finagled the king into letting himself be crowned Emperor of Germany, yet it was really Bismarck who had reached enemies at bay, and despite his antipathy toward the man, he soon made him his prime minister. The two quarreled often over policy. Bismarck was much more conservative, but the king understood his own dependency. Whenever the prime minister threatened to resign, the king gave in to him. Time after be replaced. During the Renaissance, the major obstacle to a painter's success was finding the right patron. Michelangelo did this better than anyone else. His patron was Pope Julius I, but he and the Pope quarreled over the building of the Pope's marble tomb, and Michelangelo left Rome in disgust. Relationship is established. You have the upper hand, the leverage to make the master do as you wish. It is the classic case of the man behind the throne, the servant of the king who actually controls the king. Bismarck did not have to bully either Frederick or William into doing his bidding. Toil and blood. It is easier to let them climb authority, make people depend on you. More is to be gained from such dependence than courtesy. He who has slaked his thirst immediately turns his back on the well, no longer needing it. When dependence disappears, so do civility and decency, and then yourself. Then you will be done away with at first opportunity. If, on the other hand, you understand the laws of power and make others depend on you for their welfare, if you can counteract their weakness with your own iron and blood, in Bismarck's phrase, then you will survive your masters as. Later, someone comes along who can do the job as well as they can. Someone younger, fresher, less expensive, less threatening, but die only one who can do what you do and make the fate of those who hire you so entwined with yours that they cannot possibly get rid of you, otherwise you will someday be abdicating. Feeling he lacked the strength to deal with this dangerous and precarious position, but Bismarck insinuated himself once again. He stood by the new king, gave him strength, and urged him into firm and decisive action. The king grew dependent on Bismarck's strong-arm tactics to keep his build up the military, to stand up to the liberals, to do exactly as Bismarck wished. He worked on Frederick's insecurity about his manliness, challenging him to be firm and to rule with pride, and he slowly restored the king's powers until the monarchy was once again the most powerful force in. Signal was never given. The man's life was spared. The Spider King not only protected his astrologer for as long as he was alive, he lavished him with gifts and had him tended by the finest court doctors. The astrologer survived lows by several years, disproving his power of prophecy, but proving his to support for a moment their empty boast of independence, have exhausted the very source of it in frivolous expenses. Fables. Robert Dodsley 1703-1764. The signal. They were to pick the astrologer up, carry him to the window, and hurl him to the ground hundreds of feet below the astrologer. Soon. Respect. The first lesson which experience should teach you is to keep hope alive, but never satisfied, keeping even a royal patron ever in need of you. Baltasar Gratian 1601-1658. Reversal. The weakness of making others depend on you is that you are in some measure dependent on them, but trying to arrive. But before giving the signal, Laos decided to ask him one last question. You claim to understand astrology and to know the fate of others, so tell me what your fate will be and how long you have to live. I shall die just 3 days before your majesty, the astrologer replied. The kings. Bismarck courted Frederick night and day. When other deputies attacked the king for his many inept moves, only Bismarck stood by him. Finally, it all paid off. In 1851, Bismarck was made a minister in the king's cabinet. Now he went to work. Time and again he forced the king's hand, getting him to 48 Laws of Power. Law 13. When asking for help, appeal to people's self-interest, never to their merits. Your gratitude a judgment. If you need to turn to an Oli for help, do not bother to remind him of your past assistance and good deeds. He will find a way to ignore you. Instead, uncover something in your. By the time he arrived, however, the fighting had ceased through Stefano's agency, and he was surprised by the city's calm and peace. Stefano di Poggio had imagined that Castruccio would be grateful to him for his part in quelling Di rebellion, so he paid Di Prince a visit. He explained how he behalf and persuade Castruccio to listen to their complaints and satisfy their demands. Stefano was the oldest and wisest member of the clan, and his family agreed to put their trust in his diplomacy rather than in their weapons. When news of the rebellion reached Castruccio, he hurried back to Lucca. Tension, however, Stefano di Poggio, the oldest member of the family, intervened and made both sides lay down their arms. A peaceful man, Stefano had not taken part in the conspiracy. He had told his family it would end in a useless bloodbath. Now he insisted he should intercede on the family's request or in your alliance with him that will benefit him, and emphasize it out of all proportion. He will respond enthusiastically when he sees something to be gained for himself. A peasant had in his garden an apple tree which bore no fruit, but only served as a perch for the sparrows, and admitting that the island had never helped Athens before, and in fact had allied itself with Athens' enemies, there were no ties of friendship or gratitude between Corcyra and Athens. Yes, the ambassador admitted he had come to Athens now out of fear and concern for Corcyra's safety, the only, but gave the tree a second and a third blow with his axe. When he reached the hollow of the tree, he found a hive full of honey. Having tasted the honeycomb, he threw down his axe, and looking on the tree as sacred, took great care of it. Self-interest alone moves some men. Fables. Aesop, 6th century. Themselves of this troublesome and ambitious prince mounting an insurrection, the plotters attacked and murdered the governor whom Castruccio had left behind to rule the city. Riots broke out, and the Castruccio supporters and the Poggio supporters were poised to do battle. At the height of the grasshoppers, he resolved to cut it down and, taking his axe in hand, made a bold stroke at its roots. The grasshoppers and sparrows entreated him not to cut down the tree that sheltered them, but to spare it, and they would sing to him and lighten his labors. He paid no attention to their request. BC. Transgression of the law. In the early 14th century, a young man named Castruccio Castrachan arose from the rank of common soldier to become lord of the great city of Lucca, Italy. One of the most powerful families in the city, the Poggios had been instrumental in his climb, which succeeded to death. When Castruccio was told that it had been a terrible wrong to kill such an old friend, he replied that he had executed not an old friend but a new enemy. A man like Castruccio knows only force and self-interest. When the rebellion began, to end it and place oneself at his mercy was the most occasionally succeeded in the past, but more often than not they have had dire consequences, especially in dealings with the Castruccios of the world. Stefano knew that the prince had risen to power through treachery and ruthlessness. This was a man, after all, who had put a close and devoted friend. Their complaints, this, he said, was the only just thing to do, since the family had willingly laid down their arms and had always supported him. Castruccio listened patiently. He seemed not the slightest bit angry or resentful. Instead, he told Stefano to rest assured that justice would prevail, and he asked him to bring his entire family to Dai Palace to talk over their grievances and come to an agreement. As Dai took leave of one another, Castruccio said he thanked God for the chance he had been given to show his clemency and kindness. That evening, Dai's entire Pacchio family came to Dai Palace. Castruccio immediately had them imprisoned, and a few days later all were executed, including Stefano. Interpretation: Stefano di Pacchio is the embodiment of all those who believe that the justice and nobility of their cause will prevail. Certainly appeals to justice and gratitude have. Former enemy over one with a prisoned friend, one that had served Athens' interest loyally. Perhaps those Olis would break their agreements with Athens if Thais saw that their loyalty was not valued. He referred to Hellenic law and the need to repay Corinth for all its good deeds. He finally went through treachery and bloodshed, but after he came to power, they came to feel he had forgotten them. His ambition outweighed any gratitude he felt. In 1325, while Castruccio was away fighting Lucca's main rival, Florence, the Pacchios conspired with other noble families in the city to rid with the most influential families of Rome, for example, and die great marriage they could have brokered. Instead, Stefano brought up the past and debts that carried no obligation. Not only is a man not obliged to be grateful, gratitude is often a terrible burden that he gladly discards, and in this had brought peace, then begged for Castruccio's mercy. He said Matti rebels in his family were young and impetuous, hungry for power yet inexperienced. He recalled his family's past generosity to Castruccio. For all Thais reasons, he said, the great prince should pardon the Pacchios and listen to. Thing he could offer was an alliance of mutual interests. Corcyra had a navy only surpassed in size and strength by Athens' own. An alliance between the two states would create a formidable force, one that could intimidate the rival state of Sparta. That, unfortunately, was all Corcyra had to. Case Castruccio rid himself of his obligations to the Pacchios by eliminating the Pacchios. Most men are so thoroughly subjective that nothing really interests them but themselves. They always think of their own case as soon as ever any remark is made, and their whole attention is engrossed. And 48 Laws of Power. Law 15 Crush your enemy. Totally judgmental. Great leaders since Moses have known that a feared enemy must be crushed completely. Sometimes they have learned this the hard way. If one ember is left alight, no matter how dimly it smolders, a fire will eventually break out. More is lost. Steal your ember yet and make us all his prisoners. Realizing his mistake, Xing hurriedly marched on Xianyang, this time determined to hack off his rival's head. Liu was never one to fight when the odds were against him, and he abandoned the city. Xing captured Xianyang, murdered the young of the Jinnas, and Doria still held out, and Doria refused to hand it over to anyone except Cesare himself. Borgia sent word that he would arrive the next day, which was just what the transgression of the law. A rivalry between leaders is more celebrated in Chinese history than the struggle. Or I shall boil your father alive, Liu calmly answered, but we are sworn brothers. So my father is your father also. If you insist on boiling your own father, send me a bowl of the soup. Xing backed down, and the struggle continued a few weeks later. In the thick of the hunt, Xing scattered. Pang came from peasant stock. He had never been much of a soldier and preferred women and wine to fighting. In fact, he was something of a scoundrel, but he was wily, and he had the ability to recognize the best strategists, keep them as his advisors, and listen to their advice. He had risen in the 3 days later he arrived at Feno, where he received the envoys of the city of Ancona, who assured him of their loyalty. A messenger from Vitalazo Vitili announced that the little Adriatic port of Sinigaglia had surrendered to the condottiere mercenary soldiers. Only the citadel in charge. Enemy, knowing him to be weak, he becomes dangerous in due course, like the spark of fire in a haystack. Kotalia Indian philosopher 3rd century BC Tikthate at CKA. On the day Ramiro was executed, Cesare Borgia quit Cesena, leaving the mutilated body on the town square, and marched south. Through stopping halfway, then through total annihilation, the enemy will recover and will seek revenge. Crush him, not only in body but in spirit. The remnants of an enemy can become active like those of a disease or fire. Hence, these should be exterminated completely. 1. Should never ignore an baited. Furious, Xing entered Sung Yi's tent, proclaimed him a traitor, cut off his head, and assumed sole command of the army. Without waiting for orders, he left the northern front and marched directly on Xinjiang. He felt certain he was the better soldier and general than Liu, but to his utter. Between Xing Yu and Liu Pang, these two generals began their careers as friends, fighting on the same side. Xing Yu came from the nobility, large and powerful, given to bouts of violence and temper. A bit dull-witted, he was yet a mighty warrior who always fought at the head of his troops. Liu fell for the trap and came to the banquet, but Xing hesitated in ordering the sword dance, and by the time he gave the signal, Liu had sensed a trap and managed to escape. Bob, cried Fan Xing in disgust, seeing that Xing had botched the plot. 1. Cannot plan with a simpleton. Liu Pang will. Prince of Qin, and burned the city to the ground. Liu was now Xing's bitter enemy, and he pursued him for many months, finally cornering him in a walled city. Lacking food, his army in disarray, Liu sued for peace again. Fan Xing warned Xing, crush him now. If you let him go again, you will be army. Through these strengths in 208 BC, the king of Chu sent 2 massive armies to conquer the powerful kingdom of Qin. One army went north under the generalship of Sung Yi, with Xing Yu second in command. The other, led by Liu Pang, headed straight toward Qin. The target was the kingdoms. 6. That shows he is aiming high. Fan Xing urged Xing to kill his rival before it was too late. He told the general to invite the wily peasant to a banquet at their camp outside Xinjiang, and in the midst of a celebratory sword dance, to have his head cut off. The invitation was sent. Liu. Astonishment, his rival, leading a smaller, swifter army, managed to reach Xinjiang first. Xing had an advisor, Fan Xing, who warned him. This village headman, Liu Pang, used to be greedy only for riches and women, but since entering the capital he has not been led astray by wealth, wine, or splendid capital. Xinjiang, and Xing Yu, ever violent and impatient, could not stand the idea that Liu Pang would get to Xinjiang first and perhaps would assume command of the entire army at one point on the northern front. Xing's commander, Sung Yi, hesitated in sending his troops into soldiers and cried out, I hear Liu Pang has offered 1,000 pieces of gold and a fief of 10,000 families for my head. Let me do you a favor. Then he slit his own throat and died. Interpretation: Xing Yu had proven his ruthlessness on many an occasion. He rarely hesitated in doing away sorry later, but Xing decided to be merciful. He wanted to bring Liu back to Chu alive, and to force his former friend to acknowledge him as master, but Fan proved right. Liu managed to use the negotiations for his surrender as a distraction, and he escaped with a small army. Shang, amazed that hesitation once the tables were turned. This is the fate that faces all of us when we sympathize with our enemies, when pity, or the hope of reconciliation, makes us pull back from doing away with them. We only strengthen their fear and hatred of us. We have beaten them, and they are humiliated yet. Is out of die question. Only one side can win, and it must win totally. Liu Pang learned this lesson well. After defeating Zhang Yu, this sunken Dajiru wanted to hear. Once he reached Sinigaglia, Xer would be an easy prey caught between the citadel and their forces ringing the town. The witty arrival if it served his purposes, but with Liu Pang he acted differently. He respected his rival, and did not want to defeat him through deception. He wanted to prove his superiority on the battlefield, even to force the clever Liu to surrender and to serve him every time he had his rival in. 48 Laws of Power. Law 17 Keep others in suspended terror. Cultivate an air of unpredictability. Judgment. Humans are creatures of habit with an insatiable need to see familiarity in other people's actions. Your predictability gives them a sense of control. Turn the tables. Be deliberately unpredictable. Behavior that seems to have no consistency or purpose will keep them off balance, and they will wear themselves out trying to explain your moves. Taken to an extreme, this strategy can intimidate and terrorize the observance of the law. In May of 1972, chess champion Boris Spassky anxiously awaited his Reykjavik, but the problems and the threat of cancellation continued. He disliked the hall where the match was to be fought. He criticized the lighting. He complained about the noise of the cameras. He even hated the chairs in which he and Spassky were to sit. Now the Soviet Union took the suspicions. He could not figure out the trap, and before he knew it, Fischer had checkmated him. In fact, Fischer's unorthodox tactics had completely unnerved his opponent. At the end of the game, Fischer leaped up and rushed out, yelling to his confederates as he smashed a fist into his palm, "I'm come." It is often a slow and quiet struggle, with the two players preparing themselves for the war and trying to read each other's strategies. This game was different. Fischer made a terrible move early on, perhaps the worst of his career, and when Spassky had him on die ropes, he seemed to give up. Seemed to the assembled grandmasters and to Spassky that this young kid from Brooklyn had a terrible case of the jitters. At 5-9, Fischer showed up exactly 1 minute before die match was to be cancelled. The first game of a chess tournament is critical since it sets the tone for die months to. Yet Spassky knew that Fischer never gave up. Even when facing checkmate, he fought to the bitter end, wearing the opponent down. This time, he seemed resigned. Then suddenly he broke out a bold move that put the room in a buzz. The move shocked Spassky, but he recovered and managed to win. Greatest victory of his career. "So it seems that all our work may come to nothing," Spassky told a comrade. "But what can we do? It is Bobby's move. If he comes, we play. If he does not come, we do not play. A man who is willing to commit suicide has the initiative." Fischer finally arrived in. Safe to go back to Russia. After the 8th game, Spassky decided he knew what was happening. Bobby Fischer was hypnotizing him. He decided not to look Fischer in the eye. He lost anyway. After the 14th game, he called a staff conference and announced an attempt is being made to control my. With the logistics of holding the match in Iceland, he might back out at any moment. Spassky tried to be patient. His Russian bosses felt that Fischer was humiliating him and told him to walk away. But Spassky wanted this match. He knew he could destroy Fischer, and nothing was going to spoil die. had a ferocious look in his eye, a look that clearly bothered Spassky, and despite the hole he had dug for himself, he seemed supremely confident. He did make what appeared to be another blunder, as he had in the first game, but his cocky air made Spassky smell a trap. Yet despite die Russians, the best move, he looks for the move that will disturb the man he is playing. Fisher, however, finally understood that this was one of the keys to Spassky's success. He played on your predictability, defeated you at your own game. Everything Fisher did for Die Championship match was an attempt to win. The day when the match of the century was to begin, he was late again. This time, however, the consequences would be dire. If he showed up too late, he would forfeit Die first game. What was going on? Was he playing some sort of mind game, or was Bobby Fischer perhaps afraid of Boris Spassky? It was unraveling. He could not go on. On September 2, he resigned. Although still relatively young, he never recovered from Diz's defeat. Interpretation in previous games between Fischer and Spassky. Fischer had not fared well. Spassky had an uncanny ability to read his opponent's strategy and use it. Rival Bobby Fischer in Reykjavik, Iceland. The two men had been scheduled to meet for the World Championship of Chess, but Fischer had not arrived on time and the match was on hold. Fischer had problems with the size of the prize money, problems with the way the money was to be distributed, problems. Spassky was embarrassing the Soviet Union. The chairs were taken apart and trade. A chemist found nothing unusual in them. The only things anyone found anywhere, in fact, were two dead flies in a lighting fixture. Spassky began to complain of hallucinations. He tried to keep playing, but his mind initiative and threatened to withdraw their man. The bluff apparently worked. After all die weeks of waiting, the endless and infuriating negotiations, Fischer agreed to play. Everyone was relieved, no one more than Spassky. But on die day of the official introductions, Fischer arrived very late, and time for die second game. This time the organizers had had enough. He was given a forfeit. Now he was down 2-0, a position from which no one had ever come back to win a chess championship. Fischer was clearly unhinged. Yet in the third game, as all those who witnessed it remember, the game, but no one could figure out what Fischer was up to. Had he lost deliberately, or was he rattled on set dead even? As some thought, and soon after his defeat in the first game, Fischer complained all the more loudly about die room, die cameras, and everything else. He also failed to show up on 48 Laws of Power. Law 19. Know who you are dealing with. Do not offend the wrong person. Judgment. There are many different kinds of people in the world, and you can never assume that everyone will react to your strategies in the same way. Deceive or outmaneuver some people and they will spend the rest of their lives seeking revenge. They are wolves in lamb's clothing. Choose your victims and opponents carefully. They never offend or deceive the wrong person. When you meet a swordsman, draw your sword. Do not recite poetry to one who is not a poet. From a Chan Buddhist classic quoted in Thunder and the Hawks from Die Vultures. If you make this distinction well, you will succeed without needing to coerce anyone too much. But if you deal blindly with whomever crosses your path, you will have a life of constant sorrow if you even live it long. Being able to recognize types of people and to cold-blooded shrewdness. Recognize this man by his calculation and cunning in the different areas of his life. He is usually cold and unaffectionate. Be doubly careful of this snake, and if you have somehow injured him, either crush him completely or get him out of your sight. The plain, unassuming, against odious people. But if you do become the target of his suspicions, watch out. The serpent with a long memory. If hurt or deceived, this man will show no anger on the surface. He will calculate and wait. then, when he is in a position to turn the tables, he will exact a revenge marked by a ordered the executioner to bring a beast and execute the sentence. The executioner came to the arrogant and proud man. Although he may initially disguise it, this man's touchy pride makes him very dangerous. Any perceived slight will lead to a vengeance of overwhelming violence. You may say to act accordingly is critical. The following are the 5 most dangerous and difficult types of mark in the jungle, as identified by artists and otherwise of the past. Lope de Agura's character is amply illustrated in an anecdote from the Chronicle of Garcilas de la Vega, who related that in 1548 Agur was a member of a platoon of soldiers escorting Indian slaves from the mines at Potosí, Bolivia, to a royal treasury depot. The Indians were illegally burdened with great quantities of silver, and a local official arrested Agur, sentencing him to receive 2 die type. You are dealing with continue at your own risk transgressions of the law. Transgression in the early part of the 13th century, Muhammad, the Shah of Huim, managed after many wars to forge a huge empire extending west to present-day Turkey and south to Afghanistan. The empires attack you in bites. It will take forever to get big enough for you to notice. If you find you have deceived or harmed such a man, disappear for a long time. Do not stay around him or he will nibble you to death. Mr. Suspicion. A notire variant on the breeds above. This is a future Jew stolen. 100 lashes in lieu of a fine for oppressing the Indians. The soldier Agur, having received a notification of the sentence, besought the alcalde that instead of flogging him, he would put him to death, for that he was a gentleman by birth. All this had no effect on the alcalde who, representing the finest goods from Khan's small but growing Mongol empire, Genghis Khan wanted to reopen the Silk Route to Europe and offered to share it with Muhammad, while promising peace between the 2 empires. Muhammad did not know this upstart from the east who, it seemed to him, sees what he wants to see, usually the worst in other people, and imagines that everyone is after him. Mr. Suspicion is in fact the least dangerous of the 3, genuinely unbalanced. He is easy to deceive, just as Stalin himself was constantly deceived. Play on his suspicious nature to get him to turn. Sky translated by Thomas Cleary. 1993 Opponents, suckers, and victims. Preliminary typology. In your rise to power you will come across many breeds of opponent, sucker, and victim. The highest form of the art of power is the ability to distinguish the wolves from lambs, the foxes from hares, and often an intelligent man. Your ears prick up when you find such a tempting victim. But this man is a lot harder to deceive than you imagine. Falling for a ruse often takes intelligence and imagination, a sense of possible rewards. The blunt man will not take bait because he does not. Whatever you are hoping for from him isn't worth it. The hopelessly insecure man. This man is related to the proud and arrogant type, but is less violent and harder to spot. His ego is fragile, his sense of self insecure, and if he feels himself deceived or attacked, the hurt will simmer. He will. Center was the great Asian capital of Samarkand. The Shah had a powerful, well-trained army and could mobilize 200 warriors within days. In 1219, Muhammad received an embassy from a new tribal leader to the east, Genghis Khan. The embassy included all sorts of gifts to the great Muhammad. Recognize it, he is died unaware. The danger why this man is not mad he will harm you or seek revenge, but merely that he will waste your time, energy, resources, and even your sanity in trying to deceive him. Have a test ready for a market joke, a story. If his reaction is utterly literal, this is yourself, but I only said such and such at a party where everyone was drunk. It does not matter. There is no sanity behind his overreaction, so do not waste time trying to figure him out. If at any point in your dealings with a person you sense an oversensitive and overactive pride, flee. 48 Laws of Power. Law 21. Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Seem dumber than your mark. Judgment. No one likes feeling stupider than the next person. The trick, then, is to make your victims feel smart, and not just smart, but smarter than you are. Once convinced of this, they will never suspect that you may have ulterior motives. Observance of the law. In the winter of 1872, the U.S. financier Asbury Harpending was visiting London when he received a cable. A diamond mine had been discovered in the American West. The cable came from a reliable source, William Ralston, owner of the Bank of California. But Harpending, they wait to do this. It is only for a fitting opportunity. A man may be as humble as possible in his demeanor, and yet hardly ever get people to overlook his crime in standing intellectually above them. In the Garden of Roses, Seti makes the remark, "You should know that foolish people are a trap. How could I trust these city slickers? What if Tiffany and the financiers managed to steal the whole mine out from under them?" Ralston tried to allay their fears by giving them 100 and placing another 300 in escrow for them. If the deal went through, they would be paid, and nevertheless took it as a practical joke, probably inspired by the recent discovery of huge diamond mines in South Africa. True, when reports had first come in of gold being discovered in the western United States, everyone had been skeptical, and those had turned out to be true. But a diamond mine had taken gems to various jewelers, one of whom had estimated fair worth at 1.5 million. Harpending and Ralston now asked Arnold and Slack to accompany them back to New York, where the jeweler Charles Tiffany would verify the original estimates. The prospectors responded uneasily. They smelled it. Notice it at all. It is because they regard it as a piece of impertinence, or else as something to which its possessor has no legitimate right, and upon which he dares to pride himself, and in retaliation and revenge for his conduct, people secretly try and humiliate him in some other way. And if, in the West, Harpending showed the cable to his fellow financier Baron Rothschild, one of the richest men in the world, saying it must be a joke, the Baron, however, replied, "Don't be too sure about that. America is a very large country. It has furnished the world with many surprises already. Perhaps it has others in store." Harpending promptly took the first ship back to the States. When Harpending reached San Francisco, Tyre was in excitement in the air, recalling the gold rush days of the late 1840s. Two crusty prospectors named Philip Arnold and John Slack had been the ones to find the diamond mine. They had not divulged its location in Wyoming, but had led a highly respected mining expert to it several weeks back, taking a circular route so he could not guess his whereabouts. Once there, the expert had watched as miners dug up diamonds. Back in San Francisco, the expert excitement. They wired Rothschild and other tycoons to tell them about the diamond mine and inviting them to share in the investment. At the same time, they also told the prospectors that they wanted one more test. They insisted Tyet, a mining expert of their choosing, accompany Slack and Arnold to are decidedly superior to him in this respect, and to let other people see it too. Hence, while rank and riches may always reckon upon differential treatment in society, that is something which intellectual ability can never expect. To be ignored is the greatest favor shown to it, and if people hundredfold more averse to meeting the wise than the wise are indisposed for the company of the foolish, on the other hand, it is a real recommendation to be stupid. for just as warmth is agreeable to the body, so it does the mind good to feel its superiority, and a man will seek company likely to. Amazement as Janin dug the area up, leveling and hills, turning over boulders and finding emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and most of all diamonds. The dig lasted 8 days, and by the end, Janin was convinced. He told the investors that they now possessed the richest field in mining history. With it, Horace Greeley, editor of the newspaper The New York Tribune, Harpending, Ralston, and Tiffany. Only Slack and Arnold were missing as tourists in the city. They had decided to go sightseeing when Tiffany announced that the gems were real and worth a fortune. The financiers could barely control the air. The site to verify its weight. The prospectors reluctantly agreed. In the meantime, Dai said no. There is nothing of which a man is prouder than of intellectual ability, for it is this that gives him his commanding place in the animal world. It is an exceedingly rash thing to let anyone see that you. Additional 300. The miners agreed. The little group traveled to New York, where a meeting was held at the mansion of Samuel L. Barlow. The cream of the city's aristocracy was in attendance. General George Brenton McClellan, commander of the Union forces in the Civil War. General Benjamin Buter. Give him this feeling as instinctively as he will approach the fireplace or walk in the sun if he wants to get warm. But this means that he will be disliked on account of his superiority, and if a man is to be liked, he must really be inferior in point of intellect. Arthur's Schopenhauer 1788 1860. 48 Laws of Power. Law 23 Concentrate your forces. Judgment. Conserve your forces and energies by keeping them concentrated at their strongest point. You gain more by finding a rich mine and mining it deeper than by flitting from one shallow mine to another. Intensity defeats extensity every time. When, O waters, I enjoy the different powers of a bird, a fish, and a quadruped. The horse, snorting somewhat disdainfully, replied, It is true you inhabit 3 elements, but you make no very distinguished figure in any one of them. You fly, indeed, but your flight is so heavy and clumsy that you have no right to put yourself in a level with the lark or the swallow. You can swim on the surface of the waters, but you cannot live in them as fishes do. You cannot find your food in the element, nor glide smoothly along the bottom of the waves, and when you walk, or rather waddle, upon the ground with your broad feet, and your long neck stretched out. Transgression of the law in China in the early 6th century BC. The kingdom of Wu began a war with the neighboring northern provinces of the Middle Kingdom. Wu was a growing power, but it lacked the great history and civilization of the Middle Kingdom. For centuries died faraway island of Sicily and ended up losing its empire. The Romans stretched the boundaries of their empire to encompass vast territories. In doing so, they increased their vulnerability and the chances of invasion from yet another barbarian tribe. Their useless expansion led their empire into of Wu. As the barbarians surrounded the palace, the king remembered his minister's last words and felt the dead man's disembodied eyes watching his disgrace. Unable to bear his shame, the king killed himself, covering his face so that he would not have to meet the reproachful gaze of his minister. In him to kill himself, Wu Zexu obeyed his king, but before he plunged the knife into his chest, he cried, Tear out my eyes, O king, and fix them on the gate of Wu, so that I may see the triumphant entry of youth. As Wu Zexu had predicted, within a few years a youth army passed beneath the gate. Certainly a more noble and perfect animal than you, for the whole range and extent of your faculties is confined to one element. I can walk upon the ground as well as you. I have, besides, wings with which I can raise myself in the air, and when I please, I can sport on ponds and lakes and refresh myself in the What is bloated beyond its proportions inevitably collapses. The mind must not wander from goal to goal or be distracted by success from its sense of purpose and proportion. What is concentrated, coherent, and connected to its past has power. What is dissipated, divided, and distended rots in. Virtue it made them self-reliant and zealous to preserve their culture at all costs. Mayor Amstel, the first of the Rothschilds to accumulate wealth by lending money in the late 18th century, well understood the power that comes from this kind of concentration and cohesion. First Mayor were written in Frankfurt Yiddish and in a code that only the brothers could decipher. There was no point in stealing misinformation, no one could understand it. Even the shrewdest bankers cannot find their way through the Rothschild maze, admitted a financier who had tried to infiltrate the. Looking for sources of power to elevate you, find the one key patron, the fat cow who will give you milk for a long time to come, tin cook, and the Ajoska goose who was plucking grass upon a common thother, self-affronted by a horse who fed near her and in hissing accents thus addressed him, Yam, to safety in the kingdom of Chai. In doing so he sent the king a signal that he disapproved of the war, and that he believed the king's selfish ambition was leading Wu to ruin. The king, sensing betrayal, lashed out at his minister, accusing him of a lack of loyalty, and in a fit of anger, ordered oblivion. For the Chinese, the fate of the kingdom of Wu serves as an elemental lesson on what happens when you dissipate your forces on several fronts, losing sight of distant dangers for the sake of present gain. If you are not in danger, says Sun Tzu, do not fight. It is almost a physical law. Wu Zexu warned him that the barbarous state of youth to the south was beginning to notice the kingdom of Wu's problems and had designs to invade. The king only laughed at such worries. On more big victory, and the great Middle Kingdom would be his. In the year 490, Wu Zexu sent his son away. Resist the dangers of diffusion and of infiltration by outsiders. Once Mayor Amstel's sons controlled the family business, they decided that the key to wealth on a larger scale was to secure a foothold in the finances of Europe as a whole, rather than being tied to any one country or prince. Of the next world interpretation, the story of Wu is a paradigm of all the empires that have come to ruin by overreaching. Drunk with success and sick with ambition, such empires expand to grotesque proportions and meet a ruin that is total. This is what happened to ancient Athens, which lusted for the falls to the ground. The bigger it bloats, the harder it falls. Observance of the law. The Rothschild banking family had humble beginnings in the Jewish ghetto of Frankfurt, Germany. The city's harsh laws made it impossible for Jews to mingle outside the ghetto, but the Jews had turned this into a strategy of the ghetto, excluding outsiders, concentrating their forces. The Rothschilds established the fastest courier system in Europe, allowing them to get news of events before all their competitors. They held a virtual monopoly on information and their internal communications and correspondence. Amstel allied himself with a one family, the powerful princes of Thurn and Taxis. Instead of spreading his services out, he made himself these princes' primary banker. Second, he entrusted none of his business to outsiders, using only his children and close relatives. The more unified and tight-knit. 5. Brothers Nathan had already opened up shop in London. In 1813 James moved to Paris. Amstel remained in Frankfurt. Salomon established himself in Vienna, and Karl, the youngest son, went to Naples. With each sphere of influence covered, they could tighten their hold on Europe's financial center of Chinese culture. By defeating the Middle Kingdom, the king of Wu would instantly raise his status. The war began with great fanfare and several victories, but it soon bogged down. A victory on one front would leave the Wu armies vulnerable on another. The king's chief minister and advisor, clan, in 1824 James Rothschild decided it was time to get married. This presented a problem for the Rothschilds since it meant incorporating an outsider into the Rothschild clan, an outsider who could betray its secrets. James therefore decided to marry within the family and chose the daughter of his brother Salomon. The brothers were ecstatic. This was the perfect solution to their marriage problems. James's choice now became the family policy. 2 years later, Nathan married off his daughter, teasing at everyone who passes by. You bring upon yourself the derision of all beholders. 1. Confess. The family, the more powerful it would become. Soon Mayor Umschel's 5 sons were running the business, and when Mayor Umschel lay dying in 1812, he refused to name a principal heir, instead setting up all of his sons to continue the family tradition, so that they would stay united and would markets. This widespread network, of course, opened the Rothschilds to the very danger of which their failure had warned them: diffusion, division, dissension. They avoided this danger and established themselves as the most powerful force in European finance and politics by once again resorting to They dramatically enhanced the public's sense of Caesar's character and made him seem larger than life. Caesar was the master of his public image, of which he was forever aware. When he appeared before crowds, he wore the most spectacular purple robes. He would be upstaged by no one. He was astride the strongest mount, so that his soldiers would see him in the thick of battle, urging demon, always positioning himself in the center, a godlike symbol of power and a model for them to follow. Of all the armies in Rome, Caesar's was the most devoted and loyal. His soldiers liked the common. He knew that these generals were uncertain in their support, but his oratory overwhelmed them via a sense of the drama of the moment and of the need to seize the time. A more prosaic speech would never have had the same effect. The generals rallied to his cause, Caesar and his army, going across a bridge over the Rubicon, and pronounced, "Let us accept this as a sign from the gods and follow where they beckon, in vengeance on our double-dealing enemies. The die is cast." All of this he spoke portentously and dramatically, gesturing toward the river and looking his generals in. People who had attended his entertainments had come to identify with him and with his cause. After the defeat of Pompey, the entertainments grew in scale, noting like mem had ever been seen in Rome. The chariot races became more spectacular, the gladiator fights more dramatic, as Caesar staged, crossed the Rubicon, and by the following year had vanquished Pompey, making Caesar dictator of Rome in warfare. Caesar always played the leading man with gusto. He was as skilled a horseman as any of his soldiers and took pride in outdoing them in feats of bravery and endurance. He entered battle, rose to attain the position of consul. His popularity among the masses served as the foundation of his power. He had created an image of himself as a great public showman. In 49 BC, Rome was on the brink of a civil war between rival leaders, Caesar and Pompey. At the height of the tension, Caesar, a series of carefully crafted and well-timed spectacles, wild beast hunts, extravagant gladiator shows, theatrical contests. On several occasions he paid for these spectacles out of his own pocket. To the common man, Julius Caesar became indelibly associated with these much-loved events. As he slowly, dramatic devices into your public gestures and actions, your power will be enhanced and your character will seem larger than life. The man who intends to make his fortune in this ancient capital of the world, Rome, must be a chameleon susceptible of reflecting the colors of the atmosphere that An addict of the stage attended a theatrical performance, and afterward, lost in thought, he wandered in die darkness back to his camp at the Rubicon, die river that divides Italy from Gaul, where he had been campaigning. To march his army back into Italy across the Rubicon would mean the beginning. Surrounds him a Proteus apt to assume every form, every shape. He must be supple, flexible, insinuating, close, inscrutable, often base, sometimes sincere, sometimes perfidious, always concealing a part of his knowledge, indulging in but one tone of voice, patient, a perfect master of his own. Fights to die deity among the Roman nobility. He organized enormous mock naval baths on an artificial lake. Plays were performed in every Roman ward. 192 Law 25 Gent new theater was built that sloped dramatically down the Tarpeian Rock. Crowds from all over the empire flocked to these events. The countenance as cold as ice when any other man would be all fire, and if unfortunately he is not religious at heart, a very common occurrence for a soul possessing the above requisites, he must have religion in his mind. That is to say, on his face, on his lips, in his manners. He must suffer quietly. If he be an honest man, the necessity of knowing himself an errant hypocrite. The man whose soul would loathe such a life should leave Rome and seek his fortune elsewhere. I do not know whether I am praising or excusing myself, but of all those qualities I possessed but one, namely, of a war with Pompey before his staff. Caesar argued both sides, forming the options like an actor on stage, a precursor of Hamlet. Finally, to put his soliloquy to an end, he pointed to a seemingly innocent apparition at the edge of the river, a very tall soldier blasting a call on a trumpet. Then, speech for maximum effect. He never failed to incorporate a surprise into his public appearances. A startling announcement it would heighten their drama. Immensely popular among the Roman people, Caesar was hated and feared by his rivals. On the Ides of March 15 in die year 44 BC, a group of roads to Rome lined way visitors' tents, and in 45 BC, timing his entry into the city for maximum effect and surprise, Caesar brought Cleopatra back to Rome after his Egyptian campaign, and staged even more extravagant public spectacles. These events were more than devices to divert the masses. 48 Laws of Power. Law 25 Recreate your self-judgment. Do not accept the roles that society foists on you. Recreate yourself by forging a new identity, one that commands attention and never bores the audience. Be the master of your own image rather than letting others define it for you. Incorporate 48 Laws of Power. Law 27 Play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. Judgment. People have an overwhelming desire to believe in something. Become the focal point of such desire by offering them a cause, a new faith to follow. Keep your words vague but full of promise. Emphasize. They will defend you from your enemies and will voluntarily take on the work of enticing others to join your fledgling cult. This kind of power will lift you to another realm. You will no longer have to struggle or use subterfuge to enforce your will. You are adored and can do no wrong. You might. Predisposed to credulity should multiply, that the groups of his adherents should enlarge to mass proportions, guaranteeing an ever greater scope for his triumphs. And this was in fact to occur as science was popularized from the Renaissance on down through succeeding centuries, with the immense illiterate would be protected against his absurdities by their healthy common sense. His choicest audience would be composed of the similiterate, those who had exchanged their common sense for a little distorted information and had the science of charlatanism, or how to create a cult in 5 easy. Think it a gargantuan task to create such a following, but in fact it is fairly simple. As humans, we have a desperate need to believe in something, anything. This makes us eminently gullible. We simply cannot endure long periods of doubt, or of the emptiness that comes from a lack of something to. Enthusiasm swept higher the crowd like a contagion, and they reacted violently to anyone who dared to spread a seed of doubt. Both consciously studying this dynamic over decades of experiment and spontaneously adapting to these situations as they happened, the charlatans perfected the science of. To them individually, they might have found him ridiculous, but lost in a crowd they got caught up in a communal mood of rapt attention. It became impossible for them to find the distance to be skeptical. Any deficiencies in the charlatan's ideas were hidden by the zeal of the mass, passion, and these create the impression of specialized knowledge, giving you a veneer of profundity. By the same token, try to make the subject of your cult new and fresh so that few will understand it. Done right, the combination of vague promises, cloudy but alluring concepts, and fiery enthusiasm will stir problems. The ability to offer this kind of solution will give you great power and build you a following. Instead of the complicated explanations of real life, return to die primitive solutions of our ancestors, to good old country remedies, to mysterious panaceas. Step 2. Emphasize the visual and the growth of knowledge and its spread through printing in modern times. The mass of the half-educated, the eagerly gullible prey of the quack, also increased, became indeed a majority. Real power could be based on their wishes, opinions, preferences, and rejections. The charlatan's empire accordingly. Date their own connections and see what they want to see. To make your vagueness attractive, use words of great resonance but cloudy meaning, words full of heat and enthusiasm. Fancy tides for simple things are helpful, as are the use of numbers and the creation of new words for vague concepts. Olaf. Out of the region. Then they sent a messenger to the owl and asked him to be their leader. When the owl appeared among the animals, it was high noon and the sun was shining brightly. He walked very slowly, which gave him an appearance of great dignity, and he peered about him with large staring. Also be simple. Most people's problems have complex causes. Deep-rooted neurosis, interconnected social factors, roots that go way back in time and are exceedingly hard to unravel. Few, however, have the patience to deal with this. Most people want to hear that a simple solution will cure their. Grander the vision, and the more sacrifices he asked for, the more appealing and believable his story seemed to become. Remember, people are not interested in die truth about change. They do not want to hear that it has come from hard work or from anything as banal as exhaustion, boredom, or disciples. An honor indeed. The cult had 6 degrees into which the disciples were assigned according to what Bora had glimpsed in their souls. With work and total devotion to the cult they could graduate to a higher degree. Bora, whom they called His Excellency, and universal doctor demanded. Steps in searching, as you must, for the methods that will gain you the most power for the least effort. You will find the creation of a cult-like following one of the most effective. Having a large following opens up all sorts of possibilities for deception. Not only will your followers worship you. Depression. They are dying to believe in something romantic, otherworldly. They want to hear of angels and out-of-body experiences. Indulge them. Hint at the mystical source of some personal change. Wrap it in ethereal colors and a cult-like following will form around you. Adapt to people's needs. Eyes, which gave him an air. The best way to do this is through theater or other devices of its kind. Surround yourself wide in luxury. Dazzle your followers with visual splendor. Fill their eyes with spectacle. Not only will this keep them from seeing the ridiculousness of your ideas, the holes in your veneer, as long as you do not make anyone really think used exotic distant cultures' strange customs to create theatrical effects and to make the most banal and ordinary affairs seem signs of something extraordinary. Step 3. Borrow the forms of organized religion to structure the group. Your income. Your followers want to believe that if they follow you, all sorts of good things will fall into their lap. By surrounding yourself with luxury, you become living proof of the soundness of your belief system. Never reveal that your wealth actually comes from your followers' pockets. Europe from Austria to Holland, telling one and all that to those who follow me all joy shall be granted. Wherever Boris stayed, he attracted followers. His method was simple. He spoke of his vision, which had grown more and more elaborate, and offered to look into the soul of anyone who most dramatic natural landscapes that Europe has to offer. By the time they reached Langnau, they were already feeling transformed and on their way to health. CMt&x, who had become known as simply the Mountain Doctor, had a small pharmacy in town. This place became quite a scene, crowds of attracting and holding a crowd, molding die crowd into followers and die followers into a cult. The gimmicks of the charlatans may seem quaint today, but there are thousands of charlatans among us still, using the same tried and true methods their predecessors refined centuries ago, only changing die sensual over the intellectual. Once people have begun to gather around you, two dangers will present themselves: boredom and skepticism. Boredom will make people go elsewhere. Skepticism will allow them the distance to think rationally about whatever it is you are offering. Blowing away die missed you when he alluded to a mystical experience rather than physical exhaustion as die source of his conversion. People of all classes wanted to hear more. Realizing the power he could gain by ascribing the change to something external and mysterious, he went further via his manufactured visions. The people's souls and a group will form around you. Talk too vaguely, and you have no credibility. But it is more dangerous to be specific. If you explain in detail the benefits people will gain by following your cult, you will be expected to satisfy them. As a corollary to its vagueness, your appeal should widened with the modern dissemination of knowledge. Since he operated on the basis of science, however much he perverted it, producing gold with a technique borrowed from chemistry and his wonderful balsams with the apparatus of medicine, he could not appeal to an entirely ignorant folk. The names of their elixirs and modernizing the look of their cults. We find these latter-day charlatans in all arenas of life: business, fashion, politics, art. Many of them, perhaps, are following in the charlatan tradition without having any knowledge of its history. But you can be more systematic and dark, and because he could answer any question. Can he see in the daytime? Too, asked a red fox. Yes, echoed a dormouse and a French poodle. Can he see in the daytime? Too. All the other creatures laughed loudly at this silly question, and they set upon the red fox and his friends and drove them. Sacrifices, Matt, will fill your coffers and increase your power. To emphasize your gatherings' quasi-religious nature, talk and act like a prophet. You are not a dictator. After all, you are a priest, a guru, a sage, a shaman, or any other word that hides your real power in the midst of religion. Step. The Messiah must mirror the desires of his followers, and always aim high. The bigger and bolder your illusion, the better. Observance high. In the mid-1700s, word spread in Europe's fashionable society of a Swiss country doctor named Michael CMt&x, who practiced a different kind of medicine. He used reputation only grew in his absence. He became famous, although in fact he had never done a single concrete thing. From all over Europe, the blind, the crippled, and the desperate came to visit Bore, for word had spread that he had healing powers. He asked no fee for his services, which only made from them die strictest vows of poverty. all the goods and monies they possessed had to be turned over to him. But Dai did not mind handing over their property, for Bori had told them, "I shall soon bring my chemical of tremendous importance." "He's God," screamed a Plymouth Rock hen. And the others. Enthusiasm over rationality and clear thinking. Give your new disciples rituals to perform. Ask them to make sacrifices on your behalf. In the absence of organized religion and grand causes, your new belief system will bring you untold power. It was to the charlatan's advantage that the individuals search for the elusive philosopher's stone interpretation before he formed his cult. Bori seems to have stumbled on a critical discovery. Tiring of his life of debauchery, he had decided to give it up and to devote himself to the occult, the genuine interest of his. He must have noticed, however, Matt. 4. Disguise your source of income. Your group has grown, and you have structured it in a church-like form. Your coffers are beginning to fill with your followers' money, yet you must never be seen as hungry for money and the power it brings. It is at this moment that you must disguise thy source of cult-like following is growing. It is time to organize it. Find a way both elevating and comforting. Organized religions have long held unquestioned authority for large numbers of people, and continue to do so in our supposedly secular age. And even if the religion itself has faded some, its forms observed a truck coming toward them at 50 miles an hour, and he reported to the secretary bird, and the secretary bird reported to the owl. "There's danger ahead," said the secretary bird. To which said the owl. The secretary bird told him. "Aren't you afraid?" he asked. Who said the owl. Him seemed more marvelous, and indeed some claimed fight in this Ormat city he had performed a miracle cure. By only hinting at his accomplishments, he encouraged people's imaginations to blow Deem up to fantastic proportions. His wielder, for example, actually came from the vast sums he was. Is now large and deriving, a magnet attracting more and more particles. If you are not careful, though, inertia will set in, and time and boredom will demagnetize thy group. To keep your followers united, you must now do what all religions and belief systems have done. Create an us versus Deem. 48 Laws of Power. Law 29 Plan all the way to the end. Judgment. The ending is everything. Plan all the way to it, taking into account all the possible consequences, obstacles, and twists of fortune that might reverse your hard work and give the glory to others. By planning to the end, you will not be. Spanish colony. Several miles out of port, a stowaway climbed out of a provision chest. Vasco Nunes de Balbo, a noble Spaniard who had come to the New World in search of gold but had fallen into debt and had escaped his creditors by hiding in the chest. Balbo had been obsessed with gold ever since. Had murdered the governor and usurped his position. Balbo's bravado had got him out of scrapes before, but now his hopes of wealth and glory seemed doomed. To lay claim to El Dorado, should he discover it, he would need the approval of the Spanish king, which as an outlaw, he would never receive. Decided he would cross the treacherous jungles of Panama and become the first European to bathe his feet in this new ocean. From there he would march on El Dorado. If he did this on Spain's behalf, he would obtain the eternal gratitude of the king, and would secure his own reprieve. Only he had to act. They found any island, however, and Ciso received news that the colony he was to rescue had been abandoned. This was Balbo's chance. He told the sailors of his previous voyages to Panama, and of the rumors he had heard of gold in the area. The excited sailors convinced Ciso to spare Balbo's life. Let us descend and make our abode in this well. It will furnish us with shelter and food. The other replied with greater caution. But suppose the water should fail us, how can we get out again from so great a depth? Do nothing without a regard to the consequences. Fables Aesop 6. King did so, expecting to hear something extraordinary. The dervish said to him, "My advice is this: never begin anything until you have reflected what will be the end of it." At this the nobles and everyone else present laughed, saying that the abbot had been wise to ask for his money in advance. The wandering Sufi, who cried out, "Whoever will give me 100 dinars, I will give him some good advice." The king stopped and said, "Adil, what is this good advice for 100 dinars?" "7, sir," answered the Adil. "Order the sum to be given to me, and I will tell it you immediately." The audacity and single-mindedness. Now that he was free of his creditors, nothing would stop him. Unfortunately, the ship's owner, a wealthy jurist named Francisco Fernandez de Enciso, was furious when told of the stowaway, and he ordered that Bulbo be left on the first island they came across. Before Columbus had returned to Spain from his voyages with tales of a fabulous but as yet undiscovered kingdom called El Dorado. Bulbo was one of the first adventurers to come in search of Columbus's land of gold, and he had decided from the beginning that he would be the one to find it through sheer Pacific Ocean. Days later he marched in his armor into its waters, bearing the banner of Castile and claiming all its seas, lands, and islands in the name of the Spanish throne. Indians from the area greeted Bulbo with gold, jewels, and precious pearls, the like of which he had never seen, and to establish a colony in Panama. Weeks later they named their new settlement Darien. Darien's first governor was Enciso, but Bulbo was not a man to let others steal the initiative. He campaigned against Enciso among the sailors, who eventually made it clear that Dai preferred him as governor. Overwhelmed by circumstances, and you will know when to stop. Gently guide fortune and help determine the future by thinking far ahead. Transgression of the law. In 1510, a ship set out from the island of Hispaniola, now Haiti, and the Dominican Republic for Venezuela, where it was to rescue a besieged. There was only one solution. Panamanian Indians had told Bulbo of a vast ocean on the other side of the Central American isthmus, and had said that by traveling south upon this western coast he would reach a fabulous land of gold called by a name that to his ears sounded like Beru. Bulbo. Enciso fled to Spain, fearing for his life. Months later, when a representative of the Spanish crown arrived to establish himself as the new official governor of Darien, he was turned away. On his return voyage to Spain, this man drowned. The drowning was accidental, but under Spanish law, Bulbo. Century BC Law 29. Look to the end, no matter what it is you are considering. Often enough, God gives Omen a glimpse of happiness, and then utterly ruins him. The Histories Herodotus 5th century BC. In ancient times a king of Tartary was out walking with some of his noblemen. At the roadside was an Abdul. Before Spanish authorities came to arrest him in 1513. Then Bulbo set out with 190 soldiers halfway across the isthmus, some 90 miles wide at that point. Only 60 soldiers, rather, are very few men, and they are the exceptions who are able to think and feel beyond the present moment. Karl von Clausewitz 1780-1831. Two frogs dwelt in the same pool, the pool being dried up under the summer's heat. They left it and set out together to seek another home. As they went along they chanced to pass a deep well, amply supplied with water. On seeing which, one of the frogs said to the 48 Laws of Power. Law 31. Control the options, get others to play with the cards you deal. Judgment. The best deceptions are the ones that seem to give the other person a choice. Your victims feel they are in control, but are actually your puppets. Give people options that come out in your favor, whichever one. Moscow awoke to a strange sight. Hundreds of sleds filled the square before the Kremlin, loaded with the Tsar's treasures and with provisions for the entire court. They watched in disbelief as the Tsar and his court boarded the sleds and left town, without explaining why. He established himself in a Either they grant him absolute powers to govern as he pleased with no interference from the boyars, or they find a new leader faced with a choice between civil war and the acceptance of despotic power. Almost every sector of Russian society opted for a strong Tsar, calling for Ivan's return to representing the church. The princes and the people made the journey to Ivan's village and begged the Tsar, in the name of the Holy Land of Russia, to return to the throne. Ivan listened but would not change his mind. After days of hearing their pleas, however, he offered his subjects a choice. They force them to make choices between the lesser of two evils, both of which serve your purpose. Put them on the horns of a dilemma. They are good wherever they turn. Observance of the law from early in his reign. Ivan, if later known as Ivan the Terrible, had to confront an unpleasant. The following proclamation: hear this, whatever man among you can prove himself the most outrageous liar in Armenia shall receive an apple made of pure gold from the hands of His Majesty the King. People began to swarm to the palace from every town and hamlet in the country. People of all ranks could no longer bear the boyars' betrayals and had decided to abdicate once and for all. Read aloud in public. The letter had a startling effect. Merchants and commoners blamed the boyars for Ivan's decision and took to the streets, terrifying the nobility with their fury. Soon a group of delegates, strongest of Ivan's enemies when Kurbska began raising troops for an invasion. The royal dynasty seemed suddenly more precarious than ever, with emigre nobles fomenting invasion from the west, Tartars bearing down from the east, and the boyars stirring up trouble within the country. Russia's vast village south of Moscow. For an entire month a kind of terror gripped the capital, for the Muscovites feared that Ivan had abandoned them to the bloodthirsty boyars. Shops closed up and riotous mobs gathered daily. Finally, on January 3 of 1565, a letter arrived from the Tsar explaining that Moscow and the restoration of law and order, and the German Chancellor Bismarck, enraged at the constant criticisms from Rudolf Virchow, the German pathologist and liberal politician, had his seconds call upon the scientist to challenge him to a duel. As the challenged party, I have the choice of listened to the best of them. The king was beginning to grow tired of his new sport and was thinking of calling the whole contest off without declaring a winner when there appeared before him a poor, ragged man, carrying a large earthenware pitcher under his arm. "What can I do for you?" asked his and conditions. Princes, merchants, farmers, priests, rich and poor, tall and short, fat and thin. There was no lack of liars in the land, and each one told his tale to the king. A ruler, however, has heard practically every sort of lie, and none of those now told him convinced the king that he had. Size made it a nightmare to defend. In whatever direction Ivan struck, he would leave himself vulnerable on the other side. Only if he had absolute power could he deal with this many-headed hydra, and he had no such power. Ivan brooded until the morning of December 3, 1564, when the citizens of weapons, said Virchow, and I choose these. He held aloft two large and apparently identical sausages. One of these, he went on, is infected with deadly germs, the other is perfectly sound. Let His Excellency decide which one he wishes to eat, and I will eat the other, most immediately. Reality, the country desperately needed reform, but he lacked the power to push it through. The greatest limit to his authority came from the boyars, the Russian princely class that dominated the country and terrorized the peasantry. In 1553, at the age of 23, Ivan fell ill, lying in bed. The message came back that the Chancellor had decided to cancel the duel. The Little Brown Book of Anecdotes, Clifton Fadiman, HD. 1985. Once upon a time there was a king of Armenia who, being of a curious turn of mind and in need of some new diversion, sent his heralds throughout the land to make come. Many of the most powerful of them defected to Russia's main enemies, Poland and Lithuania, where they plotted their return and the overthrow of the Tsar. Even one of Ivan's closest friends, Prince Andrei Kurbsky, suddenly turned against him, defecting to Lithuania in 1564 and becoming the Ivan's data in the infamous time of Dai troubles. Withdrawal and disappearance are classic ways of controlling the options. You give people a sense of how things will fall apart without you, and you offer them a choice. I stay away, and you suffer dire consequences, or I return under. Trap diet much more easily. Observance of the law. I is a 17th century French courtesan, Nanon de Lenclos, found that her life had certain pleasures. Her lovers came from royalty and aristocracy, and Dai paid her well, entertained her witty tire wit and intellect, satisfied her rager. Would lead to certain destruction, but civil war would bring a different kind of ruin. Even if Ivan came out of such a war on top, Dai country would be devastated and its divisions would be stronger than ever. His weapon of choice in the past had been to make a bold, offensive move. Now, however, circumstances that I dictate, in this method of controlling people's options, they choose the option that gives you power because the alternative is just too unpleasant. You force their hand, but indirectly, they seem to have a choice. Whenever people feel they have a choice, they walk into your. Nearing death, he asked the boyars to swear allegiance to his son as the new Tsar. Some hesitated, some even refused. Then and there Ivan saw he had no power over the boyars. He recovered from his illness, but he never forgot the lesson. The boyars were out to destroy him, and indeed in the years to that kind of move would turn against him the more boldly he confronted his enemies. Die worse die reactions he would spark. The main weakness of a show of force is that it stirs up resentment and eventually leads to a response that eats at your authority. Ivan, immensely creative in the use of power. Majesty, sire, said the poor man, slightly bewildered. February, with much celebration, Ivan returned to Moscow. The Russians could no longer complain if he behaved dictatorially. They had given him this power themselves. Interpretation of Ivan the Terrible faced a terrible dilemma: to give in to die boyars. Preferred to abdicate. Call my bluff, he said, and watch what happens. No one called his bluff. By withdrawing for just a month, he showed the country a glimpse of die nightmares that would follow his abdication: Tatar invasions, civil war, ruin. All of these did eventually come to pass after. Saw clearly that die only paid to die kind of victory he wanted was a false withdrawal. He would not force the country over to his position. He would give it options: either his abdication and certain anarchy, or his accession to absolute power. To back up his move, he made it clear that he demanding sensual needs and treated her almost as an equal. Such a life was infinitely preferable to marriage. In 1643, however, Ninon's Motir died suddenly, leaving her at the age of 23. Totally alone in the world, no family, no dowry, no thing to fall back upon. A kind of panic. Tolerant is to appear to open up to the other person, to share a secret with them. It can be completely made up, Or it can be real but of no great importance to you. The important thing is that it should seem to come from the heart. This will usually elicit a response that is not only as frank as our own way. Constantly butting up against these resistances will cost you a lot of energy. One of the most important things to realize about people, though, is that they all have a weakness, some part of their psychological armor that will not resist, that will bend to your will if you find it an advantage. Till Ike chamois, and Idic fox. A lion was chasing a chamois along a valley. He had all but caught it, and with longing eyes was anticipating a certain and a satisfying repast. It seemed as if it were utterly impossible for the victim to escape, for a deep ravine appeared to bar. Tumbled headlong and was killed by the fall. Finding the thumbscrew, a strategic plan of action. We all have resistances. We live with a perpetual armor around ourselves to defend against change and the intrusive actions of friends and rivals. We would like nothing more than to be left to do tellings. That friend was the fox. What said he'd? With your strength and agility, is it possible that you will yield to a feeble chamois? You have only to will, and you will be able to work wonders. Though the abyss be deep, yet, if you are only in earnest, I am certain you will clear it. Surely you can. You look for, but where and how you look. Everyday conversation supplies the richest mine of weaknesses, so train yourself to listen. Start by always seeming interested. The appearance of a sympathetic ear will spur anyone to talk. A clever trick often used by the 19th century French statesman. Confide in my disinterested friendship. I would not expose your life to danger if I were not so well aware of your strength and dexterity. The lion's blood waxed hot and began to boil in his veins. He flung himself with all his might into space, but he could not clear the chasm, so down he. The person will often act like a child. Be on the lookout, then, for any behavior it should have been outgrown. If your victims or rivals went without something important, such as parental support when they were children, supply it or its facsimile. If they reveal a secret taste, a hidden indulgence, indulge it. In either case they will be unable to resist. You look for contrasts. An overt trait often conceals its opposite. People who thump their chests are often big cowards. A prudish exterior may hide a lascivious soul. The uptight are often screaming for adventure. The shyer particular area, or perhaps a certain emotional need, went unfulfilled. As he or she grows older, the indulgence or the deficiency may be buried but never disappears. Knowing about a childhood need gives you a powerful key to a person's weakness. One sign of this weakness is that when you touch on it, 1. Well, as when a group under attack closes ranks to resist an outsider, there is always a weak link in the chain. Find one person who will bend under pressure. Fill the void. The two main emotional voids to fill are insecurity and unhappiness. The insecure are suckers for any kind of social the way for both the hunter and the hunted. But the nimble chamois, gathering together all its strength, shot like an arrow from a bow across the chasm, and stood still on the rocky cliff on the other side. A lion pulled up short, but at that moment a friend of his happened to be near at hand. Behind the scenes, who has a great deal of power, a tremendous influence over the persons superficially on top. These behind the scenes power brokers are groups weak link, win their favor, and you indirectly influence the king. Alternatively, even in a group of people acting with the appearance of yours but more genuine response that reveals a weakness. If you suspect that someone has a particular soft spot, probe for it indirectly. If, for instance, you sense that a man has a need to be loved, openly flatter him. If he laps up your compliments, no matter how obvious, you are on the right track. Train your eye for detail. Show someone tips a waiter. What delights a person? Hidden messages enclose. find people's idols, die things they worship, and will do anything to get. Perhaps you can be die supplier of tire fantasies. Remember, since we all try to hide our weaknesses, there is 48 Laws of Power. Law 33. Discover each man's thumbscrew judgment. Everyone has a weakness, a gap in the castle wall. That weakness is usually an insecurity, an uncontrollable emotion or need. It can also be a small secret pleasure. Either way, once found, it is a thumbscrew you can turn to your. Freud remarked, no mortal can keep a secret. If his lips are silent, he chatters with his fingertips. Betrayal oozes out of him at every pore. This is a critical concept in the search for a person's weakness. It is revealed by seemingly unimportant gestures and passing words. The key is not only what little to be learned from our conscious behavior. What oozes out in the little things outside our conscious control is what you want to know. Find the helpless child. Most weaknesses begin in childhood before self builds up compensatory defenses. Perhaps the child was pampered or indulged in emotions. The uncontrollable emotion can be a paranoid fear of fear disproportionate to the situation or any base motive such as lust, greed, vanity, or hatred. People in the grip of these emotions often cannot control themselves, and you can do the controlling for them. Observances of the law. Observance. Push on it. Some people wear their weaknesses openly. Others disguise them. Those who disguise them are often ones most effectively undone through that one chink in their armor. In planning your assault, keep these principles in mind. Pay attention to gestures and unconscious signals. As Sigmund, hard and suddenly to get an okay, but why Palm Springs? Because in Palm Springs, every day he goes to the baths at the spa, and that's where I'm going to be when he's there. Now there's a thing about Jack, he's 80 and he's very vain, and he doesn't like people to see him naked. So when I walk, and to die Queen Modir Marie Medicis, who sat beside her, then what did his dear friend do? He cautiously made his way down to the bottom of the ravine, and there out in the open space and the free air, seeing that the lion wanted neither flattery nor obedience now, he set to work to pay the last sad, dying for attention. By probing beyond appearances, you will often find people's weaknesses in the opposite of the qualities they reveal to you. Find the weak link. Sometimes in your search for weaknesses, it is not what but who that matters. In today's versions of the court, there is often someone. So he's not coming down till the next weekend, so that's when I'm going to bring it up. Irving, I'm more and Law 33. 273 more confused. Look on, said Irving impatiently. I know what I'm doing. I know how to sell Warner. This is a type of material that he's uneasy with, so I have to hit him with it. Up to him naked at the spa mean he's naked. Well, I'm naked too. But I don't care who sees me. He does, and I walk up to him naked, and I start to talk to him about this thing. I be very embarrassed, and he'll want to get away from me, and the easiest way is to say yes because he knows if. 48 Laws of Power. Law 35. Master the art of timing judgment. Never seem to be in a hurry. Hurrying betrays a lack of control over yourself and over time. Always seem patient, as if you know that everything will come to you eventually. Become a detective of the right moment. Sniff out the spirit of the over by argument. But when he saw that they were discontented and persisted in pressing their demands regardless of the circumstances, he let them have their way and allowed them to engage the enemy. He hoped that they would suffer a severe defeat without being completely crushed, and that this troops came flocking daily to join him from every quarter. At the same time, he was troubled by the lack of discipline and the overconfidence of these newly arrived barbarians who would shout at him to attack the enemy and had no patience with his delaying tactics, and he therefore tried to win them. Moderates were in the majority. when the time came to decide on whether or not to execute Lilith, however, he saw that the people were clamoring for the king's head, so he cast the deciding vote for the guillotine. Now he had become a radical, yet as tensions came to the boil and elected Fouch to be its representative to the National Convention, created that year to frame a new constitution for a French republic. When Fouch arrived in Paris to take his seat at the convention, a violent rift had broken out between die moderates and the radical Jacobins. Fouch sensed that, in the long run, neither side would emerge victorious. Power rarely ends up in the hands of those who start a revolution, or even of tyrants who further it. Power sticks to those who bring it to a conclusion. That was the side Fouch wanted to be on. His sense of timing was uncanny. He started as a mathematics to young boys, yet he never completely committed himself to the church, never took his vows as a priest that had bigger plans. Patiently waiting for his chance, he kept his options open. And when the French Revolution broke out in 1789, Fouch waited no longer. He got rid of his cassock. His old friend Robespierre recalled him to Paris to account for his actions in Lyons. Robespierre had been the driving force behind the terror. He had sent heads on both the right and the left rolling, and Fouch, whom he no longer trusted, seemed destined to provide the next head. Over the next few, grew his hair long and became a revolutionary, for this was the spirit of the times. To miss the boat at this critical moment could have spelled disaster. Fouch did not miss the boat. Befriending the revolutionary leader Robespierre, he quickly rose in the rebel ranks. In 1792, the town of Nantes. Time in his life he aligned himself with the minority. Clearly he sensed a reaction stirring. He knew Matt, the moderate faction that had executed Robespierre and was now about to take power, would initiate a new round of the terror, this time against the radicals, inciting via the Jacobins. Then, weeks, a tense struggle ensued while Robespierre railed openly against Fouch, accusing of him dangerous ambitions and calling for his arrest. The crafty Fouch worked more indirectly, quietly gaining support among those who were beginning to tire of Robespierre's dictatorial control. Fouch was times, the trends that will carry you to power. Learn to stand back when the time is not yet ripe, and to strike fiercely when it has reached fruition. Scriptural Sykes and Sotoris' strength was now rapidly increasing, for all the tribes between the Ebro and the Pyrenees came over to his side, and survived the swing of the pendulum one more time. A new government took over the Directoire. It was not, however, a Jacobin government, but a moderate, one more moderate than the government that had reimposed the terror. Fouch, the radical, had kept his head, but now he had to keep a low profile. Playing for time, he knew that the longer he survived, the more disaffected citizens he could rally against Robespierre. He had to have broad support before he moved against the powerful leader. He rallied support among both the moderates and the Jacobins, playing on the widespread fear of certain moment. However, he called a halt to the killings, sensing the mood of the country was turning, and despite the blood already on his hands, die citizens of Lyons hailed him as a savior from what had become known as the terror. So far Fouch had played his cards brilliantly, but in 1794, strength to pull it towards him as if to tear it off, while the weak man began to pull the hairs one by one from the tail of the strong horse. The strong man, after tugging with all his might to no purpose and causing the spectators a great deal of amusement in the process, finally gave up. The Paris, he foresaw the danger of being too closely associated with any one faction, so he accepted a position in die provinces where he could lie low for a while. A few months later he was assigned to the post of proconsul in Lyons, where he oversaw the execution of dozens of aristocrats. At a all possessing a flowing tail which was remarkable for the thickness and beauty of its hair. By the side of the weak horse stood a tall, strong man, and by the side of the powerful horse a short man of mean physique. At a signal, the strong man seized the tail of his horse and tried with all his would make them better disposed to obey his orders in future. The event turned out as he expected, and Sartoris came to their rescue, provided a rallying point for the fugitives, and led them safely back to his camp. His next step was to revive their dejected spirits, and so a few days later he summoned a general assembly. Before it he produced 2 horses, one of them old and enfeebled, the other large and lusty and observant of the law. Starting out in life as a nondescript French seminary school teacher, Joseph Fouch wandered from town to town for most of the decade of the 1780s, teaching. Robespierre was afraid of being next to go to die guillotine. It all came to fruition on July 27. The convention turned against Robespierre, shouting down his usual lengthy speech. He was quickly arrested, and a few days later it was Robespierre's head, not Fouch's, that fell into the 48 Laws of Power. Law 37 Great compelling spectacles, judgment, striking imagery, and grand symbolic gestures create the aura of power. Everyone responds to them. Stage spectacles for those around you, then, full of resting visuals and radiant symbols that heighten your presence. Dazzled by appearances, no. Hours of anticipation and waiting in line, the gentlemen patients would be led before the amazing doctor himself, an elderly man with a few stalks of wild gray hair and an air of nervous energy. He would take the patient, let us say a young boy, brought in by his father, uncover the afflicted body, part and lift the boy up to the window which faced the light of the moon. He would rub the site of the injury or illness, mumble something unintelligible, look knowingly at the moon, and then, after collecting his fee, send the boy and his father on their way. Meanwhile, in the south-facing room of science, they want an immediate appeal to their emotions. Give them that and they will do the rest, such as imagine they can be healed by the light reflected from a rock 250,000 miles away. Whistler had no need of pills or of lengthy lectures on the moon's power or of any silly gadgetry to amplify its rays. He understood that the simpler the spectacle, the better. Just the moonlight pouring in from the side, the stairway leading to the heavens, and the rays of the moon, whether directly visible or not. Any added effects might have made it seem that the moon was not strong. 1. Will notice what you are really doing. Antony-N. She relied above all upon her physical presence and the spell and enchantment which it could create. She came sailing up the river Cydnus in a barge with a poop of gold, its purple sails billowing in the wind, while her rowers called forth from the rays of the moon. Even those who felt cured kept coming back, drawn by this powerful experience. Inside the beer hall, a strange and stirring spectacle greeted the visitor. Packed into the entrance hall was a crowd of all classes and ethnic backgrounds, a veritable tower of suddenly became a celebrity. Previously only the poorest Berliners had been seen waiting outside the beer hall in their rags. Now magnificent carriages were parked outside, and gentlemen in frock coats and ladies with enormous coiffures lined the street as sunset drew near. Even folk with the censers was wafted from the vessel to the riverbanks. Great multitudes accompanied this royal progress, some of them following the queen on both sides of the river from its very mouth, while others hurried down from the city of Tarsus to gaze at the sight. Gradually the crowds drifted away from the mildest of ailments, came out of sheer curiosity. As they waited in line, the poorer clients would explain to the gentlemen and ladies that the doctor only practiced when the moon was in its increscent phase. Many would add that they themselves had already been exposed to healing powers he boys costumed as cupids who cooled her with their fans. Instead of a crew, the barge was lined with the most beautiful of her waiting women attired as Nereids and Graces, some at the rudders, others at the tackle of the sails, and all the while an indescribably rich perfume exhaled from innumerable marketplace observance of the law in the early 1780s. Word spread through Berlin of the strange and spectacular medical practice of a Whistler. He performed his miracles in an enormous converted beer hall, outside which Berliners began to notice ever longer lines of people, the blind, the lame. His wife would be doing the same with the ladies, which was odd. Really, since the moon cannot appear in two places at once, it cannot have been visible, in other words, from both windows. Apparently the mere thought, idea, and symbol of the moon were enough, for the ladies did not complain, and would crest the water with oars of silver which dipped in time to the music of the flute, accompanied by pipes and lutes. Cleopatra herself reclined beneath a canopy of cloth of gold, dressed in the character of Aphrodite, as we see her in paintings, while on either side to complete the picture stood Lover, as she had enthralled him for the past 11 years. Dan's secret weapons were symbols and images to which she had always paid great attention. Early on in her relationship with Henry, she had created a motif by intertwining her initials with his to symbolize their union. The idea worked. Babel, through tall windows on the northern side of the hall, silvery moonlight poured in at odd angles. The doctor and his wife, who, it seemed, was also able to effect the cure, practiced on the second floor, which was reached by a stairway at the end of the hall. As the line edged closer to the enough on its own, and the moon was strong enough, it was a magnet for fantasies, as it has been throughout history. Simply by associating himself with the image of the moon, the doctor gained power. Remember, your search for power depends on shortcuts. You must always circumvent people's suspicions. Dionysus, for the happiness of Asia. Antony then sent a message inviting Cleopatra to dine with him, but she thought it more appropriate that he should come to her, and so, as he wished to show his courtesy and goodwill, he accepted and went. He found the preparations made to receive him magnificent. Their perverse desire to resist your will. Images are an extremely effective shortcut. Bypassing the head, the seat of doubt and resistance, they aim straight for the heart. Overwhelming the eyes, they create powerful associations, bringing people together and stirring their emotions. With the white stairs, the sick would hear shouts and cries from above, and word would spread of, perhaps, a blind gentleman suddenly able to see once upstairs. The line would fork in two directions, toward a northern room for the doctor, a southern one for his wife, who worked only on the ladies. Finally, after like a charm, Henry put this insignia everywhere, on his royal robes, on monuments, on churches, on the facade of the where Antony awaited the queen enthroned on his tribunal, until at last he was left sitting quite alone. And the word spread on every side that Aphrodite had come to revel with. Later remark confidently that the wife of the moon doctor had the same healing powers as he. Interpretation. Whistler may have known nothing about medicine, but he understood human nature. He recognized that people do not always want words, or rational explanations, or demonstrations of the powers. Anyone with an illness incurable by normal medicine. When it leaked out that the doctor worked by exposing the patient to the rays of the moon, he soon became dubbed the Moon Doctor of Berlin. Sometime in 1783, it was reported that Whistler had cured a well-to-do woman of a terrible ailment. Catherine de Medicis in 1547, King Francis died and Henry ascended to the throne. This new situation posed perils for Diane de Poitiers. She had just turned 48. And despite her notorious cold baths and rumored youth potions, she was beginning to show her age. Now that Henry was king, Light of the moon in their eyes, your targets are blinded to the deceptions you practice. Observance of the law. Iron 1536. The future King Henry I of France took his first mistress, Diane de Poitiers. Diane was 37 at the time, and was the widow of the Grand Seneschal of Normandy. Henry, meanwhile, was a sprightly lad of 17 who was just beginning to sow his wild oats. At first their union seemed merely platonic, with Henry showing an intensely spiritual devotion to Diane, but it soon became clear-eyed he loved her in every way, preferring her bed to that of his young wife. His companion in Chernobyl, a tea merchant named Ake, to tell him frankly what was the public opinion about him. Well, said Ake, they say that you gel irritated with those who don't give their evidence very clearly and scold them, and so people are afraid to bring lawsuits before you, and if they delaying his policies and his own ministers undermining him. As Napoleon talked, Talleyrand leaned on the mantelpiece, looking completely indifferent. Facing Talleyrand directly, Napoleon announced, for these ministers, treason has begun when they permit themselves to doubt at the word treason. With his cloak he turned to his fellow ministers, all afraid they would never see him again, and said, "What a pity, gentlemen, that so great a man should have such bad manners." Despite his anger, Napoleon did not arrest his foreign minister. He merely relieved him of his duties as it banished him. Their vanity through which you can rattle them and you hold the strings. The Kyoto Shoshide attacker Suno Kama Shijimun was very fond of Chernobyl, the tea ceremony, and used to grind his own tea while sitting in the court as judge. And the reason was this. He once asked a friend of his who was the ruler expected his minister to be afraid, but Talleyrand only smiled, calm and bored. The sight of a subordinate apparently serene in the face of charges that could get him hanged pushed Napoleon to the edge. There were ministers, he said, who wanted him dead, and he took a step closer to cases, and he could transgression of the law. In January of 1809. An agitated and anxious Napoleon hurried back to Paris from his Spanish wars. His spies and confidants had confirmed a rumor that his foreign minister Talleyrand had conspired against him with Fouch, the minister of police. Immediately, ministers looked at each other in disbelief. They had never seen this fearless general, the conqueror of most of Europe, so unhinged. You deserve to be broken like glass, Napoleon continued, stamping. I have the power to do it, but I have too much contempt for you to bother. Why didn't I have you? Waters, trying to goad Napoleon into a misstep. And indeed, what they got was the tantrum. Matt laid out his loss of control for all to see. In fact, Napoleon's soon famous bloop that afternoon had a profoundly negative effect on his public image. This is the problem with the angry response. At first, 48 Laws of Power. Law 39 Stir up waters to catch fish. Judgment, anger, and emotion are strategically counterproductive. You must always stay calm and objective. But if you can make your enemies angry while staying calm yourself, you gain a decided advantage. Put your enemies off balance. Find the chink in. Hanged from die gates of the Tuileries, but there is still time for that. Yelling, almost out of breath, his face red, his eyes bulging, he went on, "You, by the way, are nothing but shit in a silk stocking. What about your wife? You never told me that San Carlos was your wife's lover." Indeed. On arriving in the capital, the shocked emperor summoned his ministers to the palace. Following them into the meeting right after their arrival, he began pacing up and down, and started rambling vaguely about plotters working against him, speculators bringing down the stock market, legislators. Page had been turned. For the first time people had seen the great emperor lose his cool under fire. A feeling spread that he was on the way down. As Talleyrand later said, "This is the beginning of the end." Interpretation: this was indeed the beginning of the end. Waterloo was still 6 years ahead. Tolerant, who stared back at him unfazed. Finally Napoleon exploded. "You are a coward," he screamed in Tolerant's face, "a man of no fate. Nothing is sacred to you. You would sell your own father. I have showered you with riches, and yet there is nothing you would not do to hurt me." The other demonstrated his frustration. To show your frustration is to show that you have lost your power to shape events. It is the helpless action of the child who resorts to a hysterical fit to get his way. The powerful never reveal this kind of weakness. There were a number of tellings Napoleon could have. Often herald a fool easily see whether his composure was ruffled or not by looking at the tea, which would not fall evenly ground to the proper consistency if he got excited. And so justice was done impartially, and people went away from his court satisfied. Chonoi of the Japanese case in the best light. I will see to it that this does not occur in the future. So after this he had a tea mill placed before him in court, and in front of it the paper-covered shoji were drawn to, and Shijimune sat behind them and ground the tea, and thus kept his mind calm while he heard the accusations. A few such tirades and people are counting the days until you are gone, in the face of a conspiracy against him, a conspiracy between his two most important ministers. Napoleon certainly had a right to feel angry and anxious, but by responding so angrily and so publicly, he only, "Sire, it did not occur to me that this information had any bearing on your Majesty's glory or my own," said Tolerant calmly, completely unflustered. After a few more insults, Napoleon walked away. Tolerant slowly crossed the room, moving with his characteristic limp, as an attendant helped him. Done in this situation, he could have thought about the fact that two eminently sensible men had had reason to turn against him, and could have listened and learned from them. He could have tried to win them back to him. He could even have gotten rid of them, making their imprisonment or death an. It may strike fear and terror, but only in some, and as the days pass and the storm clears, other responses emerge: embarrassment and uneasiness about the shelter's capacity for going out of control, and resentment of what has been said. Losing your temper, you always make unfair and exaggerated. Assuming total control over Ethiopia, a country he felt needed strong and unified leadership. As regent to the Empress Sordatu, stepdaughter of the late queen, and heir to the throne, Selassie had spent several years weakening the power of Ethiopia's various warlords. Now only one real obstacle. From Dai Court, believing that for this man humiliation would be punishment enough, he did not realize that word had quickly spread of his tirade of how the emperor had completely lost control of himself, and how Tolerant had essentially humiliated him by maintaining his composure and dignity. A tea ceremony, El Sadler if possible. No animosity should be felt for anyone. To speak angrily to a person, to show your hatred by what you say or by the way you look, is an unnecessary proceeding, dangerous, foolish, ridiculous, and vulgar. Anger or hatred should never be shown otherwise than in what do. The truth does not come out. "Ah, I am glad you have told me that," replied Shijimune, "for now that I consider it, I have fallen into the habit of speaking sharply to people in this way. And no doubt humble folk and those who are not ready in speech get flurried and are unable to put their ominous display of his power. No tirades, no childish fits, no embarrassing after effects, just a quiet and definitive severing of ties. Remember, tantrums neither intimidate nor inspire loyalty. They only create doubts and uneasiness about your power, exposing your weakness. These stormy eruptions to go, and so he conspired with Fouch. It is possible that the conspiracy was never anything more than a ploy, a device to push Napoleon over the edge, for it is hard to believe that two of the most practical men in history would only go halfway in their plotting. They may have been only stirring the. But Napoleon was on a slow descent to defeat. crystallizing in 1812 with his disastrous invasion of Russia. Talleyrand was the first to see the signs of his decline, especially in the irrational war with Spain. Sometime in 1808, the minister decided that for the future peace of Europe, Napoleon had juju and feelings will be all the more effective in action, insofar as you avoid the exhibition of them in any other way. It is only the cold-blooded animals whose bite is poisonous or thirst Schopenhauer 1788 1860 observance of the law by the late 1920s. Haile Selassie had nearly achieved his goal of 48 Laws of Power. Law 41 avoid stepping into a great man's shoes. Judgment. What happens first always appears better and more original than what comes after. If you succeed a great man or have a famous parent, you will have to accomplish double their achievements to outshine them. Do not get lost in their yielding warlike things to his father. By changing course he found it easier to become a hero. And our great Philippe governed the entire world from the throne of his prudence, astonishing the ages. If his unconquered father was a model of energy, Philip was a paradigm of prudence. This sort, shadow or stuck in a past not of your own making, establish your own name and identity by changing course. Slay the overbearing father, disparage his legacy, and gain power by shining in your own way. Many would have shone like the very phoenix in their occupations if others had not breasted them. Poverty had opened it up to him, but need spurred him on, since he desired to rise from such a miserable and lowly position, and not perhaps to the summit and supreme height of excellence, then at least to a point where he could have enough to live on. For this reason, he took no notice of cold, hunger, discomfort, inconvenience, toil, or shame if he could only live one day in ease and repose. And he would always say, and as if it were a proverb, that after bad weather, good weather must follow, and that during the good weather houses must be built for shelter in times of need. Lives of the constantly to be painting. And because he always had the dread of poverty before his eyes, he did things to make money which he probably would not have bothered to do had he not been forced to support himself. Perhaps wealth would have closed to him and his talent the path to excellence. Justice of novelty has helped the well-advised win a place in the roll of the great. Without leaving their own art, the ingenious leave the common path and take, even in professions grey with age, new steps toward eminence. Horace yielded epic poetry to Virgil, and marshaled the lyric to Horace. Terence opted, without having to compete with another star in the sky. Power depends on appearing larger than other people, and when you are lost in the shadow of the father, the king, the great predecessor, you cannot possibly project such a presence. But when they begin to make sovereignty hereditary, and oppressive, imposing his lessons on the son, who is starting off life in circumstances totally different from those in which the father himself began the study of his profession, after painting had become second nature to him, Petro's only pleasure was always to be working in his craft, and the same principles of both strategy and tactics are displayed as in actual war. The same foresight and powers of calculation are necessary, the same capacity for divining the plans of the opponent, and the rigor with which decisions are followed by their consequences is, if anything, even more. Power at his command, he could do as he wished. In the first years of his reign, Lewis gave himself over to pleasure, leaving the government in the hands of a trusted minister, Andre Hercule de Fleury. This caused little concern, for he was a young man who needed to sow his wild oats, and de Fleury, being first, is a great advantage with eminence. Twice as good. Deal the first hand and you will win the upper ground. Those who go first win fame by right of birth. and those who follow are like second sons, contenting themselves with meager portions. Solomon opted wisely for pacifism. Had been old and tired, but it was hoped that the child would develop into the kind of strong ruler who would reinvigorate the land and add to the firm foundation that Lilith had laid. To this end, the child was given the best minds of France as his tutors, men who would instruct him in the arts of nothing to lose by cunning and impetuousness, and has no famous failure of his own to compete against. This kind of man has reason to believe in himself, to believe that his way of doing things is the best, because, after all, it worked for him. When a man like this has a son, he becomes domineering. View of motive there is, except in respect of crudity, not appreciable change in the present goal of sterilizing him in immobility. Checkmate means literally the king is dead. Our knowledge of the unconscious motivation of chess playing tells us that what it represented could only have. Francine filled it with his own symbols and radiant power. Lilith, on the other hand, symbolizes the fate of all those who inherit something large or who follow in a great man's footsteps. It would seem easy for a son or successor to build on the ground foundation left for them. But in the realm of statecraft, in the methods that the Sun King had perfected, noting was neglected in his education. But when Lilith came to die throne in 1726, a sudden change came over him. He no longer had to study or please others or prove himself. He stood alone at the top of a great country, wide wealth and ruthless. More than that, it is plain that the unconscious motive actuating the players is not the mere love of pugnacity characteristic of all competitive games, but the grimmer one of father murder. It is true that the original goal of capturing the king has been given up, but from the point of for comedy, Persis for satire, each hoping to be first in his genre, bold fancy never succumbed to facile imitation. A pocket mirror for heroes, Balthazar Gratian translated by Christopher Moore. Transgression of the law in Lilith died in 1715. After a glorious 55-year reign, all eyes revolt. Cyrus' deliberations led him to adopt the following plan, which he found best suited to his purpose. He wrote on a roll of parchment that Astyages had appointed him to command the Persian army. Then he summoned an assembly of the Persians, opened the roll in their presence, and read out: chosen successor, Dai future Lilith married the 15-year-old daughter of Dai Empress of Austria. Dai French caught a glimpse of Dai future death, seemed hopeful. The young bride, Marie Antoinette, was beautiful and full of life. She instantly changed the mood of Dai court, which was rank with thorn bushes about 18 or 20 furlongs square. This too was done, whereupon Cyrus issued the further order that they should present themselves again on the following day, after having taken a bath. Meanwhile, Cyrus collected and slaughtered all his father's goats, sheep, and oxen in the gardens at depicting were to be as natural as possible, including moss applied by hand to the trees and rocks. To heighten the pastoral effect, the queen employed peasant milkmaids to milk the finest-looking cows in the realm, launderers and cheese makers in special peasant outfits. She became queen. She abandoned herself to Dai pleasures. She loved Dai most, ordering and wearing Dai most expensive gowns and jewelry in Dai realms, sporting Dai most elaborate hair in history, her sculpted coiffures rising as much as 3 feet above her head, and darrowing a constant succession of masked balls and fetes. All of these whims she paid for on credit, never concerning herself why Dai cost or who paid Dai bills. Marie Antoinette's greatest pleasure was the creation and designing of a private garden of Eden at depicting, a chateau on Dai grounds of Versailles with its own woods. Embroiled in a scandal, as part of an elaborate swindle, Dai's most expensive diamond necklace in Europe had been purchased under her name, and during the swindler's trial her lavish lifestyle became public. People heard about the money she spent on jewels and dresses and masked dances. They gave her the nickname Madame Deficit, and from then on she became the focus of the people's growing resentment. When she appeared in her box at the opera, the audience greeted her with high hisses. Even the court turned against her, for while she had been running up her huge expenditures, the country was headed them which they preferred yesterday's work or today's amusement, and they replied that it was indeed a far cry from the previous day's misery to their prisoned pleasures. This was the answer which Cyrus wanted. He seized upon it at once and proceeded to lay bare what he had in mind. Men of Persia. Once would she leave the palace during her stay in Paris, her subjects could rot in hell for all she cared. In 1792 the royal couple was moved from the palace to a prison, as the revolution officially declared the end of Dai monarchy. The following year Louis was tried, found guilty, and marched on Versailles, forcing the royal family to quit the palace and take residence in Paris. This was a triumph for Dai rebels, but it offered Dai Queen an opportunity to heal the wounds she had opened and establish contact with her Dai people. The Queen, however, had not learned her lesson. Not 48 Laws of Power. Law 43 Work on the hearts and minds of others. Judgment coercion creates a reaction that will eventually work against you. You must seduce others into wanting to move in your direction. A person you have seduced becomes your loyal pawn, and the way to seduce others is to operate on their preparation for entertaining the whole Persian army at a banquet, together with the best wine and bread he could procure. The next day the guests assembled and were transgression of the law near the end of the reign of Louis. All of France seemed desperate for change, when the king's grandson and helped design shepherds to tend sheep with silk ribbons around their necks. When she inspected Dai barns, she would watch her milkmaids squeezing milk into porcelain vases made at the Royal Ceramic Works. To pass Dai time, Marie Antoinette would gather flowers in the woods around Dai petty individual psychologies and weaknesses, soften up the resistant by working on their emotions, playing on what they hold dear and what they fear. Ignore the hearts and minds of others and they will grow to hate you. Thinking of the means by which he could most effectively persuade the Persians to even socially insulated courtiers seemed with resentment. A queen treated them like children. Only her favorites mattered, and days were becoming fewer and fewer. But Marie Antoinette did not concern herself with this. Not once throughout her reign did she read a minister's report. Not once did she. And that attention is owed them. They do not consider anyone else's nature, but bulldoze over people with the self-righteous arrogance of a Marie Antoinette. Pampered and indulged as children, as adults they still believe it old to sit down on the grass and enjoy themselves. After the meal Cyrus asked attitudes. As a young princess in Austria she was endlessly flattered and cajoled. As Dai future queen of the French court she was the center of everyone's attention. She never learned to charm or please other people, to become attuned to their individual psychologies. She never had to work to get guillotined. As Marie Antoinette awaited Dai's same fate, hardly a soul came to her defense, and not one of her former friends in Dai court, not one of Europe's odious monarchs who, as members of their own country's royal families, had all Dai reason in Dai world to show that revolution did not pay, not for ruin. 5 years later, in 1789, an unprecedented event took place, the beginning of the French Revolution. The Queen did not let the people have their idle rebellion. She seemed to think it would soon quiet down and she would be able to resume her life of pleasure. That year the people train on or watch her good peasants doing their chores. The place became a separate world, its community limited to her chosen favorites, Waddy each new whim, the cost of maintaining the petty Trinon sword. Meanwhile, France itself was deteriorating. There was famine and widespread discontent. What he had written, and now he added, I have an order for you. Every man is to appear on parade with a billhook. The order was obeyed. All the men assembled with their billhooks, and Cyrus' next command was tie before the day was out they should clear a certain piece of rough land full of. Even her own family in Austria, including her brother who now sat on the throne. She had become the world's pride. In October of 1793, she finally knelt at the guillotine, unrepentant and defiant to die bitter. And interpretation from early on, Marie Antoinette acquired the most dangerous of tour die provinces and rally the people to her side. Not once did she mingle among die Parisians or receive a delegation from Diem. She did none of Tai's tellings because as queen she felt die people owed her their affection, and she was not required to love Diem in return. In 1784, die queen became. Through the streets of Paris for the first time, applauding crowds swarmed around her carriage. How fortunate, she wrote her mother, to be in a position in which one can gain widespread affection at so little cost. In 1774, Lausque died and Lausque took the throne. As soon as Marie Antoinette, Lausque's debaucheries, even the common people who had yet to see her, talked excitedly of Marie Antoinette. The French had grown disgusted by the series of mistresses who had dominated Lausque, and die looked forward to serving dear new queen. In 1773, when Marie Antoinette publicly wrote 48 Laws of Power. Law 45 preach the need for change, but never reform too much at once. A judgment everyone understands the need for change in the abstract, but on the day-to-day level people are creatures of habit. Too much innovation is traumatic and will lead to revolt. If you are new to a position of power, or an outsider trying to build a power base, make a show of respecting the old way of doing things. If change is necessary, make it feel like a gentle improvement on the past transgression of the law. Sometime in the early 1520s, King Henry VI of England decided to divorce his wife. The Jews celebrated an 8-day festival of lights at the same season, and it is believed that the Germanic peoples held a great festival not only at midsummer but also at the winter solstice, when they celebrated the rebirth of the sun and honored the great fertility gods Wotan and Frigga, Donna, and its vast wielding in the hands of die king and die government. In that same year he initiated a complete survey of die churches and monasteries of England, and as it turned out, die treasures and monies die churches had accumulated over many centuries were far more than he had imagined. His all work and commerce stopped, and the streets were filled with crowds and a carnival atmosphere. Slaves were temporarily freed, and the houses were decorated with laurel branches. People visited one another, bringing gifts of wax candles and little clay figurines. Long before the birth of Christ, Catherine of Aragon, because she had failed to bear him a son, and because he had fallen in love with die young and comely Anne Boleyn, the Pope Clement VI opposed die divorce and threatened die king by excommunication. The king's most powerful minister, Cardinal Wolsey, also saw no need for Madonna, and saints were broken in pieces, stained glass windows were smashed, and die churches' treasures were confiscated. White monasteries that had succored die poor suddenly gone. The poor now floated die streets. The growing ranks of die beggar class were further swelled by former monks. On top, Divorce and his half-hearted support of Die King cost him his position and soon his life. One man in Henry's cabinet, Thomas Cromwell, not only supported him in his desire for a divorce but had an idea for realizing it, a complete break what it Die past. He convinced Die King mad by severing ties. Why? Spies and agents came back via astonishing figures to justify his schemes. Cromwell circulated stories about Die corruption in Die English monasteries, their abuse of power, their exploitation of Die people. Die supposedly served, having won Parliament's support for breaking up Die monasteries. He Cleves, a German princess and most important to Cromwell, a Protestant. On Cromwell's commission, the painter Holbein produced a flattering portrait of Anne. When Henry saw it, he fell in love and agreed to marry her. Cromwell seemed back in favor. Unfortunately, however, Holbein's painting was highly idealized, and when Die King finally met Die Princess, she did not please him in Die least. His anger against Cromwell, first for the ill-conceived reforms, now for saddling him with an unattractive and Protestant wife, could no longer be contained. In June of that year, Cromwell was arrested, being named Die King's secretary, and as power behind Die throne, he had become Die most powerful man in England. But for him, Die break why Rome went beyond Die satisfaction of Die King's carnal desires. He envisioned a new Protestant order in England, when Die power of Die Catholic Church smashed. Of old days, Cromwell levied high taxes to pay for his ecclesiastical reforms. In 1535, powerful revolts in Die north of England threatened to topple Henry from his throne. By Die following year, he had suppressed Die rebellions, but he had also begun to see Die costs of Cromwell's reforms. The king began to seize mere holdings and to put them out of existence one by one. At Die same time, he began to impose Protestantism, introducing reforms in religious ritual and punishing those who stuck to Catholicism, and who now were called heretics. Virtually overnight, England was converted to a new. Himself had never wanted to go this far, had only wanted a Dieworker. Christmas came from celebrating the turn of the year as an ancient custom. The Romans celebrated the Saturnalia, the festival of Saturn, god of the harvest, between December 17 and 23. It was the most cheerful festival of the year. Protestantism in England, and he would do twice in a mercilessly short time. He knew his speedy reforms would cause pain and resentment, but he knew these feelings would fade in a few years. More important, by identifying himself with change, he would become Die leader of Die New Order, making official religion a terror fell on Die country. Some people had suffered under Die Catholic Church, which before Die reforms had been immensely powerful, but most Britons had strong ties to Catholicism and to its comforting rituals. They watched in horror as churches were demolished, images of Die. It won over China's immense peasant population. But who in the world was more conservative, more rooted in tradition than the Chinese peasantry? The oldest civilization on the planet had a history that would never loosen its power, no matter how violent the revolution. The ideas of Confucius. Outward, sensing his fall from grace in 1540, Cromwell decided to regain Henry's favor. With one throw of the dice, he would find the king a new wife. Henry's third wife, Jane Seymour, had died a few years before, and he had been pining for a new young queen. It was Cromwell who found him one. Enough. Numerous ruins of his shrines still testify to the high regard in which this god was held, especially by the Roman legions, as a bringer of fertility, peace, and victory. So it was a clever move when, in the year AD 354, the Christian Church under Pope Liberius 352-366 co-opted the birthday of Rome, and making himself the head of a newly formed English church, he could divorce Catherine and Mary Anne. By 1531, Henry saw this as the only solution to reward Cromwell for his simple but brilliant idea. He elevated this son of a blacksmith to the post of royal councillor. By 1534, Cromwell had 48 Laws of Power. Law 47. Do not go past the mark you aimed for in victory. Learn when to stop. Judgment. The moment of victory is often the moment of greatest peril. In the heat of victory, arrogance and overconfidence can push you past the goal you had aimed for, and by going too far, you make more. Against his grandfather Astyages, king of the Medes, he defeated Astyages with ease, had himself crowned king of Media and Persia, and began to forge the Persian Empire. Victory followed victory in quick succession. Cyrus defeated Croesus, ruler of Lydia, then conquered the Ionian Islands and Odir. Lop of the barn flapped his wings and crowed in a loud voice, "Look at me, all of you. I am a victorious cockerel. No other cockerel in the world has such strength as I." The cockerel had not finished when an eagle killed him, seized him in his claws, and carried him to his nest. Tables. Leo. Smaller kingdoms. He marched on Babylon and crushed it. Now he was known as Cyrus the Great, king of the world. After capturing the riches of Babylon, Cyrus set his sights on the east, on the half-barbaric tribes of the Massagetae, a vast realm on the Caspian Sea, a fierce warrior race led by Queen Wineskin, full of human blood, crying out, "Though I have conquered you and life, yet you have ruined me by treacherously taking my son. See no, fulfill my tirades, you have your fill of blood." After Cyrus' death, the Persian Empire quickly unraveled. One act of arrogance undid all of Cyrus' good. Full of meat, delicacies, and strong wine, then he left his weakest troops in the camp and withdrew the rest of the army to the river. A large Massagetae detachment soon attacked the camp and killed all of the Persian soldiers in a fierce battle. Then, overwhelmed by the fabulous feast that had been, enemies then you defeat. Do not allow success to go to your head. There is no substitute for strategy and careful planning. Set a goal, and when you reach it, stop transgression of the law. In 559 BC. A young man named Cyrus gathered an immense army from the scattered tribes of Persia and marched. Very victory may become distasteful and a cause for apprehension to his prince, for as the humiliation, and so he killed himself. The news of her son's death overwhelmed Tamiris. She gathered all the forces that she could muster in her kingdom, and whipping them into a vengeful frenzy, engaged. The queen learned what had happened. She sent a message to Cyrus, chiding him for using tricks to defeat her army. "Now listen to me," she wrote, "and I will advise you for your own good. Give me back my son and leave my country with your forces intact, and be content with your triumph over a third." The Moguls cocked. Two cockerels fought on a dung heap. One cockerel was the stronger. He vanquished the other and drove him from the dung heap. All the hens gathered around the cockerel and began to laud him. The cockerel wanted his strength and glory to be known in the next yard. He flew on. "Me ruling mine, but of course you will refuse my advice, as the last thing you wish for is to live in peace." Tamiris, confident of her army's strength and not wishing to delay the inevitable bait, offered to withdraw the troops on her side of the river, allowing Cyrus to cross its waters safely, and fight her army on the eastern side if that was his desire. Cyrus agreed, but instead of engaging the enemy directly, he decided to play a trick. The Massagetae knew few luxuries. Once Cyrus had crossed the river and made his camp on the eastern side, he set the table for an elaborate banquet. Cyrus' troops in a violent and bloody battle. Finally, the Massagetae prevailed. In their anger they decimated the Persian army, killing Cyrus himself. After the battle, Tamiris and her soldiers searched the battlefield for Cyrus's corpse. When she found it, she cut off his head and shoved it into it. The Assyrians had suffered this fate because they had pushed too far, destroying one city-state after another until they lost sight of the purposes of their victories and also of the costs. They overextended themselves and made many enemies who were finally able to band together and destroy. Valor has conquered a state for his master and won great glory for himself by his victory over the enemy, and has loaded his soldiers with rich booty, acquires necessarily with his own soldiers as well as with those of the enemy and with the subjects of the prince, so high a reputation, that is part of the Massagetae. If you refuse, I swear by the sun, O master, to give you more blood than you can drink for all your gluttony. Cyrus scoffed at her. He would not release her son. He would crush these barbarians. The queen's son, seeing he would not be released, could not stand that ill. Tolstoy, 1828-1910, and all your cross-examinations. Most important of all, let me repeal the injunction to be ever on the alert for a good place to stop. Nothing can be more important than to say your examination with a triumph. So many lawyers succeed in catching a witness in a serious situation as different. He thought each new war would bring the same result as the one before as long as he used the methods he knew, ruthless force and cunning. Understand, in the realm of power you must be guided by reason. To let a momentary thrill or an emotional victory influence or guide the kingdom of the Massagetae. As he set up camp on the western bank, he received a message from Queen Tamiris, king of the Medes. She told him, I advise you to abandon this enterprise, for you cannot know if in the end it will do you any good. Rule your own people and try to bear the sight of Tamiris. The Massagetae lacked the riches of Babylon, but Cyrus decided to attack them anyway, believing himself superhuman and incapable of defeat. The Massagetae would fall easily to his vast armies, making his empire immense in 529 BC. Then, Cyrus marched to the wide river Rhys, gateway to mistress almost always came from the aristocracy. She nevertheless believed herself destined to seduce the king, and doing so became her obsession. She applied herself to the talents the king's favorite had to have: music, dancing, acting, horseback riding, and she excelled in every one of them. As 48 Laws of Power. Selected bibliography: Aesop, Fables of Aesop, translated by S. A. Hanford, New York, Penguin Books, 1954. Bloodworth, Dennis and Qingping, The Chinese Machiavelli, New York, Farrar, Straus and Scherer, 1976. Boer, J. Barton, Cheating, Deception in War and Magic, Games and Sports. 6. Persecution and Conformity in Early Modern Europe. Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1990. Co. 1903. Ludwig, Emil. Bismarck, The Story of a Fighter. Translated by Eden Ensterpaul. Boston, Little, Brown, 1928. Machiavelli, Niccolo. The Prince and the Discourses. Translated by Lugerix and Tristan E. Detmold. New York, Modern Library, 1940. Mao Zedong. Selected Military Writings of Kissinger, a Biography. New York, Simon Schuster, 1992. La Fontaine, Jean D. Selected Fables. Translated by James Mitchie. New York, Penguin Books, 1982. Lenclos Ninandi. Life, Letters and Epicurean Philosophy of Ninon de Lenclos, the celebrated beauty of the 77th century. Chicago, Lion Publishing. Confidence Men, Ithaca, Cornell University Press, 1988. Retz, Cardinal, Memoirs of Jean-François Paul de Gondet, Cardinal de Retz. 2 vols. London, J. M. Dent Sons, 1917. Sadler, I. L. Chenoyu, The Japanese Tea Ceremony. Ruden, Vermont. Charles E. Tuttle Company, 1962. Stjufstein, Benhame. Art of Survival. Translated by Patricia Wolf, New York, Knopf, 1974. Plutarch, Makers of Rome. Translated by Ian Scott Kilvert, New York, Penguin Books, 1965. The Rise and Fall of Athens. Translated by Ian Scott Kilvert, New York, Penguin Books, 1960. Revorn, Wayne, Foxes and Lions, Machiavellis. The History of the Peloponnesian War. Translated by Rex Warner, New York, Penguin Books, 1972. Will, Yellow Kid, The Con Game and the Yellow Kid. Will, The Autobiography of the Famous Con Artist as Told. T. Brannan, New York, Dover Publications, 1974. Zagarin, Perez, Ways of Lying, Dissimulation. Mao's Tongue, Beijing Foreign Languages Press, 1963. Milan, Betty, Monstrous Regiment, Women Rulers in Men's Worlds, Windsor Forest Berks, UK. Kensal Press, 1983. Montaigne, Mitchell D. The Complete Essays. Translated by M. Screech, New York, Penguin Books, 1987. Mrozek, Cole, James, The Art of Immoral Politics. Albany State University of New York Press, 1995. Scheib, Carl E. Mirrors, Masks, Lies and Secrets. New York, Praga Publishers, 1979. Schopenhauer, Arthur. The Wisdom of Life and Counsels and Maxims. Translated by T. Bailey Saunders. Amherst, New York, Prometheus Books, 1995. Singer. Winning Wars, New York, Walker and Company, 1968. Nash, J. Robert. Hustlers and Con Men, New York, M. Evans and Co., 1976. Nietzsche, Friedrich, The Birth of Tragedy and the Genealogy of Morals. Translated by Francis Goffing. Garden City, Doubleday Anchor Books, 1956. Greeks, Jean, Talleyrand, The Harrow Vaughan, The Book of Stratagems, Tactics for Triumph and Survival. Edited and translated by Myron B. Gibbets, New York, Penguin Books, 1991. C.R. G. H. The Craft of Power, New York, John Wiley Sons, 1979. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Translated by Thomas Cleary. Boston, Shambhala, 1988. Thucydides and Religion, Business and Con Games, Politics and Espionage, Art and Science. New York, Martin's Press, 1982. Castiglione, Baldassare, The Book of the Courtier. Translated by George Bull, New York, Penguin Books, 1976. Clausewitz, Carl von, On War. Edited and translated by Michael Howard and Peter. Tactics of Jesus Christ and Other Essays. New York, W. W. Norton, 1989. Hanfei Tzu, The Complete Works of Hanfitsu, translated by W. K. Liao, 2 volumes. London, Arthur Probsthane, 1959. Herodotus. The Histories, translated by Aubrey de Selincourt. New York Penguin Books, 1987. Isaacson, Walter. Parrott, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1976. Elias, Norbert. The Court Society, translated by Edmund Jeffcott. Oxford Basil Blackwell Publishers, 1983. De Francesco, Greek. The Power of the Charlatan, translated by Miriam Bird. New Haven, Yale University Press, 1939. Haley, J. The Power